Don't worry. Never say die. Let's go on. Come on, go, go, go. See, I told you I was gonna be a great one. Go, 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 wait, no! Ah!
Hey guys, Potato here from Zion Esports, and today I'm going to show you how you can purchase Mobile Legends Bang Bang Diamonds with Razer Go Singapore Wallet. Step 1. Pull out your phone and go to go.razer.com. Step 2. Tap on the Mobile Legends Bang Bang thumbnail and you'll be taken to this screen. Step 3. Enter all your relevant information as prompted on the screen. You can also select or check out with Razer Go Wallet. And that's it, you can now go ahead and get your favorite skin for your hero.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to E-Delta League. This is the grand finals, the final conclusion. E-Delta League is organized by the Singapore Police Force and the National Crime Prevention Council. My tongue is like not working. It happens sometimes.
It happens.
Right?
It's still quite early. 3 p.m.
3 p.m.
Still very early in our eyes, but of course we gotta have to give a huge shout out and thank you over to our partners as well as our sponsors. Gotta really just heads down to every single one of you guys. If not all of you, if not the entirety of E-Delta League, definitely would not be possible. Yeah. Heads over to Totebot, Moonton. We've got of course Automail, one of the chat sponsors that we have here. We'll talk a little bit more about that, them in a short little bit.
Right.
We've got our Tampines Hub. I mean, we are casting in our Tampines Hub, and all of the games are going on in here as well. Razer Gold, and let's not forget about Invicta.
Yeah, so many good sponsors, and incidentally, all these sponsors are gonna be giving out the prizes to our finalists. It's gonna be $4,000 worth of cash and prizes, as well as 26,000 diamonds.
Whoa.
This is a lot of diamonds.
It is a lot of diamonds.
26,000 diamonds is equivalent to about, let me do my math real quick. Okay, 1,000 diamonds around 20.
I have no idea.
$20 each. So
there's a reason
it's
why.
A lot,
it's a lot of diamonds.
Money,
yeah, there's a reason why I took design instead of anything.
anything like math related.
Yeah,
like
and
engineering related.
I purposely went to avoid all exams after my secondary school education. So all my tertiary is just like design. Oh yeah, you're a designer too.
Yeah, I hear you, brother. I hear you 100%. And of course, Invictor Satori headsets, as well as Automill gaming chairs. And these chairs are super comfortable. Like I'm just body hugging.
Yeah.
Me right now. I was like sleeping just now in our Tampines Hub. It's not air conditioned, so it's a little bit on the stuffy side. But I'm still like comfortable in this chair. So before we head into that, like Abstract's just adjusting my chair.
I was hoping that you would just kind of like fall back because I thought you were kind of leaning.
No, I'm actually like super hyper focused, but like when I lean back, it's like in between the matches, and this is how you know like I'm fully.
The game is good, and of course you're comfortable as well. This is exactly the kind of thing that we need.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Hey.
Not to forget, we do have
a
we do have lumbar as well. So.
Yeah, and you like just hug it when you're casting games and stuff like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think the players are ready as well. We might be seeing some of the players walk out. Abstract, what do you think about these games as well? Oh, and of course, if you're not joining us here in our Tampines Hub, we are on TikTok Live. So if you want to ask us anything at all, like an AMA or stuff like that, you want to see how many you know, how many gifts that Santa Abstract has today for us. Just ask him right now. So yeah,
Right.
we're wearing our Christmas hats. We're gonna
Yeah,
have a merry,
festive
jolly
season.
time right here, bringing in the Christmas season and starting it off with MLBB. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys sit back, relax, enjoy yourselves. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself some food, and just just relax with us.
I'm super stoked and super excited for what's about to happen. This is the first time, at least when it comes down to E-Data League 2022 December edition, where Churros and I come in together to cast a game. Definitely, things are definitely going to be a lot more exciting. And the fact that there's two people, covering the microphone is slightly tougher for us to, address to every single one of you guys on TikTok or perhaps on Twitch during the game. If anything, it will be after the game, and if you've got anything to say, we'll probably do that after the game, before the game, somewhere in between of the breaks. But we're going to have to focus on whatever that is important for today. And of course, that is going to be the semi-final games that will be happening today. All the way until the later end of the day, maybe somewhere around 7 p.m., 8 p.m., somewhere around there. So we will be playing 2 semi-finals games, all of which are going to be best of 3. The first game that we're going to be watching is Miracle Gaming SG fighting against Melon Best Fruit. And the second semi-finals, we'll be looking at Fate versus Aspects.
Yeah, and the winner of which goes over to the grand finals. We will not watch any third and fourth placing. It's going to be
No.
a joint third. So the loser of this competition, as well as the next semifinals that we're going to watch, is going to be the third placing. But, everyone wants to be crowned the champion. Remember how winning felt, Abstract? Do you remember?
I remember how winning felt.
it feels good, right?
Yes. Okay, I completely forgot the rest
The
of the lines.
euphoria.
The euphoria, yeah.
The joy, the
I can't remember the rest.
exuberation, the
Exhilaration.
exhilaration, oh man, I can't. It was like an
No,
ad
no.
that Abstract did
Yeah,
way back.
it's quite some time ago. But you know what? We're gonna focus about the first game.
Yes.
All right. So I believe that it is time for our players to gather themselves and, of course, to get themselves onto the stage, because these two teams have been battling it out against other competitors, and they are finally here to challenge one another and see who is going to be the one to come up on top. Let us introduce the first team to head up onto stage. Let us have Team Melon Best Fruit. Introducing 2588, Ken, Sooner or Later, Wolves, and Kaze.
And of course, the second team, what they're up against, Miracle Gaming SG. Now, this team is a huge team, clawing their way up from the bottom, and now they're here in the semi-finals. And without further ado, let me introduce Miracle Gaming SG. Starting with Waz, Bearberry, Moonlight, Zach, and Huangs. Now, this concludes the introduction to both teams. Lots of players, lots of hungry players, and I like the atmosphere that we have here in our Tampines hub. I was just vibing around to the music. Can't really hear too much of the music, but man, Abstract, what do you think of these two teams that they're up against? What is their keys to victory?
Well, there definitely is quite a bit to crunch down. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of statistics to kind of work with. But one thing for sure is that this game between Melon Best Fruit as well as Miracle Gaming SG, they do have a lot of emphasis when it comes down to their jungle gameplay. So when it comes down to the drafting stage, when it comes down to the banning stage, I wouldn't be too surprised if we are starting to see a lot of bans coming in just specifically for junglers, such as Fanny, perhaps Fanny, Camilla, who else again? That
Lin?
guy with the horse.
Leomord.
Okay,
The
Leomord,
guy-
yeah.
Man with the horse. Man with the horse.
Yeah.
But, I want to add on to what you're talking about because a couple days ago, a huge update just went
Oh,
through.
right,
And
yes.
this changes the meta so much. Like, Wan has a tougher, sort of like tougher time on textbook to pop off all that weakness points to hit
Okay.
the crossbow
Wait, what
tank as
exactly
well.
happened to Wan Wan?
So when you hit the skill 1 twice on like an opening from the weakness points, it is more like an immobilization
Okay.
more than a stun. So you can actually still move around and shoot your skills, but it's not exactly or technically a stun. So whether or not 1-1 is a priority ban, we still have to wait and see what these teams come up with. And there are huge reworks that came up. Nabi might be, pretty much a solid pick right now. But, these teams, they might have different methods when it comes to these kinds of plays. New items has been introduced, new reworks to that items. Dominance Ice now has a little bit more cooldown reduction as well as a little bit more attack speed slow capabilities. You have different item stacks like the Corrosive Scythe, Demon Hunter Sword, as well as Golden Staff. If you use that on heroes that rely a lot on basic attack effects, sort of like Nathan or Mia, these items stack up and they give a lot more damage output,
Right,
especially in
right.
the later stages of the game. And
Uh-huh.
I've tried it myself
Good.
with Beatrix.
Oh,
Because right now,
Beatrix?
yeah. Speaking of Beatrix, have you got the skin yet?
No, I don't.
You have not got the Beatrix skin.
I'm not
the
someone-
M4 skin.
No. I know you are hyped. Everyone
I am
is hyped.
super hyped, man. Okay, but speaking of skins, get Razor Gold. Right now they're having you have the savings of up to 18% and savings of up to 8% when you buy diamonds with Razor Gold. So start creating a Razor Gold wallet and start purchasing your diamonds with Razor Gold. But ladies and gentlemen, we have to get back to these games. There's a lot of things there's changing, a lot of strategies that could potentially come up. And I've been like rushing my rank games because of like I want to hit that compendium for the Beatrix Prime
Okay,
skin
okay.
and eventually the statue, right? And we're talking about like
Eventually
our
the statue.
collector's items
Yep.
with that statue.
Kind
I
of a
really-
collector you are.
I am.
You
I
are.
am.
You know,
Spending more money than I would care to admit on Mobile Legends so far.
Uh-huh.
But man, like these items changed a lot. Beatrix with the Demon Hunter Sword and the Golden Staff build is insane. When she like uses her machine gun, the Nibiru, all the way through, it's just melting through tanks, melting through anything that stands in her way. It's very much a viable pick right now.
It's kind of like a different play style per se.
Exactly.
That means that if you
exactly.
kind of like want to go for a Nibiru kind of gameplay, you can't exactly change to anything else to a certain extent. Because like when it comes down to Wesker, Renner, or perhaps even onto Bennett, they don't exactly inherit the same kind of properties where you can start attack fast, those kind of stuff. So it's kind of like one-dimensional to a certain extent. Not my style, but perhaps it would be so good that everyone just completely don't care about the 3 other weapons and just take a look at Nibiru.
Yeah. And that is pretty much what happens in like late game Beatrixes.
Yes.
They usually use the Nibiru. But speaking of like styles and flavor, I think something that you might not expect, it's bringing out maybe a Mia into the mix as well. So we might be seeing like new and improved champions that might be forgotten for like seasons
Longest
on
time
end.
ever.
Yeah, Nathan might probably be
Oh yeah,
a
that's
new,
true.
new
That's true.
pick right now, a new viable pick, because right now his passive changed so that he scales directly with magic attack
Right.
and magic penetration. So magic Nathan might be a viable option. So you might see that all coming through. And there's so many all across the board, a lot of adjustments for lots of heroes like Clint, Glue. What else? Like heroes that I don't even remember seeing for the longest time has been adjusted by so much.
Perhaps we'll be able to see a little bit more throughout the entirety of Idara League, hopefully. But one thing's for sure is that Hanabi is very likely not going to be picked. Oh, not say very likely, but is not going to be picked. Because unfortunately, revamp, rework, all the kind of stuff.
Fair. It's like
2
that
weeks
1
ban.
week. We don't want the players to be on a losing or an unfair
Yeah.
advantage
Correct.
when it comes down to these kinds of different picks, because there might
Exactly.
be some glitches or bugs that might occur in the new updates as well.
Yep.
So yeah, that makes a very fair point. I don't know. I'm so ready to watch this game right now. What about you, Abstract? I don't know. It's so many.
I've been
different
dreaming of
things.
this day since Idara League started.
I can't sleep. I can't sleep.
We can't sleep for the whole like 2+ weeks. We have been. That is why we have like crazy eye bags. Do you? You kind of seems like you do.
I have eye bags not because I can't sleep because of E Delta League. Well, that is partly the reason.
Yeah.
But the second reason is there's
It's
so
because
many.
you haven't gotten your prime
It's-
skin.
the the renovations that happen in my house.
Right,
Like,
that.
I'm a huge like I play Mobile Legends all throughout the night.
Uh-huh.
I sleep at like 3 or 4 just because like I like to grind stuff.
Right.
And then after that, the renovations come in right on the dot at like 7 a.m. Who lets people in, starts drilling their homes at 7 a.m.? I mean, oh my gosh. And it's like, it's like Christmas season, it's holiday season. Come on, give me a break, man.
You know what really grinds his gears now, guys? Or maybe what really drills him?
Ah.
But unfortunately, you gotta have to live with that. In the meantime, I don't have to live with that. I'm cool. I haven't been sleeping only because of E-Dota League. I'm ready. I'm prepared. Whatever that all of these players have got in store for us and whatever that they have trained for, learned, and of course, whatever the adaptation that they have done for this very specific patch is going to come into fruition. Melon best fruit? Will they be able to make a statement if whether Melon is actually the best fruit? Or Miracle Gaming SG will be able to show some miracle? No.
He's trying too hard to come up with a pun, but like I was thinking like maybe will Miracle be able to put their best fruit forward? Yeah, it's an awkward silence right here in our Tampines hub. If you want to join in the silence and join in the cringe, come right here. We are online all the way till probably like 8 p.m.
Yeah.
Where you can just join us, try to interact with us. We have a little bit of a long break. It's not a rolling schedule. I know like right now we have a little bit of a technical difficulties because it's a new environment. People are trying to get adjusted to some of the pings that might be happening. We want
Right.
everyone to play a very, very
In
smooth
the most
game.
fair gameplay.
Exactly. But speaking of fairness, there are some phones that are slightly bigger. You know the foldable phones?
Right.
You know
Yep.
what I noticed? That like some foldable phones have a
Bigger
bigger screen.
Like bigger real
Yeah.
estate.
Yes, and you can see all the way from the mid lane to the purple buff. Like, can you imagine that? Like literally, I tried it once. My friend told me this like mini hack. I didn't believe it until I tried it, and it was a game changer. Albeit
Does
like
it not scale?
it does not scale to the actual size because like usually when you use like iPhones or like Androids, it's
Yeah,
sort of
yeah,
like a
Like a 16
like-
by 9.
like a 16,
Eh,
not
wait,
really
no,
16
no,
by
not
9. There's
16 by
like not
9.
just like a half and
Yeah,
half,
yeah,
right? Sort of like a phone screen size,
Right.
right? Like a resolution that fits a longitudinal range.
Uh-huh.
When you flip the screen open, it becomes like a square. It's less of an iPad and more of a square. So
Right.
like these phones, they
Uh-huh.
have problems like readjusting the responsiveness of the app, and they give you a wider field of range of view.
That's
So,
sick.
yeah,
That is actually sick.
pretty cool.
That
But,
is
like,
actually sick, yeah.
but it's harder to get used to because like the panning radius and all that kind of
Oh,
stuff
right.
is not
That
adjusted.
is one thing.
Yeah,
yes,
so that
yes.
is one thing. So different trade-offs right there, here and there. But yeah, there's a lot of trade-offs that will be happening here in the grand finals that's going to be happening today. It's high stakes. Like, who doesn't want 26,000 diamonds? Who doesn't want $4,000 worth of cash and prizes that's going to be, giving out when you win this game? And I've seen these guys. They're super, super young. And, like, they
Yes.
might even be better than all of us, like, in
I'm
responsiveness
not.
and all that.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna be surprised or anything.
You're old, Abstract.
Yeah,
That's just what it is.
we are the same age.
We but you've been longer in the industry.
Well, I guess it is time. We are
It is time.
finally gonna jump in to the drafting phase between Melon Best Fruit versus Miracle Gaming SG. We've got it all done and dusted with Melon Best Fruit gonna be starting as the first pick and first ban, while Miracle Gaming SG is gonna go second.
Ooh, okay. What is catching my attention right now is that nice, shiny little MPO logo on top of Melon. So a lot of stress and pressure is going to be on this guy. And of course, Miracle Gaming SG, they know this. They want to be able to try to shut him down because you might know that this guy is one of the ones to look out for when it comes to facing against Melon's best fruit. But Fanny's going to be banned out. Farsa is going to be banned out because of the roaming potential.
team is
Hayabusa
banned.
as well. A lot of assassins over the side of Melon's Best Fruit. And like you said, it all boils down to the core position, and that is what it seems like. So Melon's Best Fruit identified that the core is the main, for lack of a better word, core of the team for Miracle Gaming SG. But Bearberry, they're going for a different approach. It does look like they are
It
banning
seems
out
like they're
that mid
targeting
lane.
Melon.
It does look like. It does look like that. So it's really just a targeted approach. But like we talked about a lot during like the regular season, it's all the first game is always sort of like a test water game. Like, is Melon really a problem, or is someone else in that team who is sort of like a wild card or a dark horse that you wouldn't know until he really strikes at you? And what piques my attention right now is like Joy is not picked up. I know that Xavier has a small buff in terms of his first skill and second skill, a little bit scaling on the damage aspect in the late game, but that's just it. He's a very late game mage, sort of like a Sicilian. And what is a good counter to a Xavier is probably when you pick out a Sicilian or something, or a mage with a high range potential. But what's interesting is like Joy is not even counted just yet. Leslie is picked up for side of Miracle Gaming SG. Melon's Best Fruit though, that is a very scary pick. Remember we joked about like Wan being like one of the more like 100% win rates.
So far, yes.
on
There
stream,
has been,
right?
yeah, there has been a lot of situations whereby we just see 1-1 and we're just like, yeah, this guy, this 1-1, pretty darn strong. And it's just constantly hopping around the field, that kind of stuff, so pretty darn annoying as well. Melon Best Fruit already do have a very comfortable first 3 picks right now, which is going to be looking at a Fredrin, a 1-1, as well as a Kadita. All of these are generally going to be comfort for themselves, or the very fact that they do have a outright counter against the opponent's side already. So the next 2 picks coming in from both of these teams is really dependent on what are the number 1 available heroes, and number 2, what is going to be their win conditions, what is their playstyle, and of course looking out for counters. Kadita is definitely going to be one of the main counters whenever we're looking at heroes with long range or perhaps even high ground. In this case, Leslie definitely do have high ground, so we would be able to believe that Kadita's main job really is just to isolate and bring down Leslie.
I do agree with you with that for like 100%, right? Because Leslie is a very, very late game hero. Unless she gets her endless battle, she needs all her core items to really, really shine. And she is a monster in late game. Don't get me wrong, but she takes a lot more time than necessary. But Melon's Best Fruit kind of looks like they want to be playing a bushwhack kind of strategy. They want to play a wombo combo kind of situation. Hovering on that Atlas, not sure if they're going to pick it yet, but it does seem like it's going to work well with Melon on the Kadita. Ooh, okay. Benedetta in the jungle. That is not new to us, but it's interesting to see because with the Benedetta, you are able to use Electro Final Blow to get that retribution on the whenever you hit the last hit with the objective, the neutral objectives like the Lords or Totals. Ruby is a very good initiator and counter initiator in terms of retargeting some of the combos that go out. But what is lacking, in my opinion, for Melon's Best Fruit is someone with range. You don't really have range, so they're trying to go for pick-off strategies and a little bit of a meat shield coming from that Fradrin and the Ruby itself. So a little bit more team fight front to back, but on the side of Miracle Gaming SG, they're going to solidify their draft with that Amon. Never seen him for the longest time. Used to be one of my favorite champions, if not the favorite champion.
The favorite champion for you.
The favorite champion for me. But it's going to solidify your draft. They need a lot of time, like I said, but they have a very thorough and balanced draft. But ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 1, E Delta League Grand Finals, semifinals against Miracle Gaming SG and Melon Best Fruit.
Let us jump right in and take a look what kind of laning phase we're going to be looking at real quickly. But it does seem like we definitely need to jump for a pause real quick. And once we have got all of that problems rectified, we'll be A-okay. But for now, we've got some time. We'll be able to understand exactly what kind of composition that they're trying to go for.
Yeah.
Because right now, Melon Best Fruit's current composition, what I see it really is just, for the lack of better words, once again, protect the president. They do have a lineup that is very strong when it comes down to opening up or opening spaces. We're looking at a Ruby, we are looking at a Fredrin, and of course, when it comes down to Benedetta, is either they have a lot of knockdowns, not knockdowns, sorry. Either they have a lot of knockups or stuns or anything along the lines, taunt even. But for Benedetta, it's really just about opening up for spaces, being able to go from one place to another really darn quickly, being able to get into the frontline positions or perhaps even the backline positions very effectively. That is one thing that I would expect coming from Melon Best Fruit. Whatever that they're doing, they're mostly just going to be a main distraction, while the 1-1 just gets himself farmed up or perhaps takes out every single one of the people's weakness paths.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. They seem like they're very early game aggression kind of draft coming in, especially with the Kadita pick and the Ruby pick. Once you lock one hero down, Kadita does a knock up, and then the Rough Waves come in to finish up that job, just protecting the president thoroughly. You have Kadita and you have Ruby, and best be sure they're going to be playing a sort of like a bushwhack or invisible kind of approach, where you have Benedetta very easily opening up that map for the rest of the team. But I won't discount, Miracle SG just yet, because their lineup is very late game. If they can afford to play it safe, then when it hits at least the 12-minute mark, we'll be able to see Miracle Gaming SG fight their way back towards the rest of the game, because they do have Amon as a early game insurance and having early game potential, a snowball type hero in that Amon as well. So their main job right now is maybe just to lock down that 1-1, understanding that 1-1 will be the main damage dealer for the side of Melon's Best Fruit. But it's easier said than done, because Kadita is always there. Whenever you check on that brush, well, that's the problem with, again, with the Miracle Gaming SG's draft. A little bit too on the paper side. You have Amon in the jungle, you have Leslie, and you have Xavier as well. Very glass cannon type heroes. But yeah, it's quite a difficult journey for them to undertake in the early game. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be jumping straight in, back into the game. Ooh, the nice hook under the turret. Wolf.
Not going to be a big deal. It's going to be fast when it comes down to Wolves, getting himself a quick little flicker away. But back into the game, one thing for sure is that we do have a Franco, so when it comes down to suppression, we've got that in our hands pretty done nicely. But on the other hand, onto the top lane, we're looking at a Leslie that will be fighting against a 1-1, which is pretty much understandable when it comes down to Kadita going straight in for some babysitting service. But when it comes down to the roaming trio, I gotta have to say Miracle Gaming SG definitely have got a stronger lineup, at least from what I see. They do have ways to open up brushes, but not necessarily just phase check in. So at least when it comes down to that, yes, Franco have got some pick-off potential, and it's really going to depend a lot onto Franco. But the other problem coming from the side of Miracle Gaming SG is the fact that they can't open up maps very efficiently. There are ways that they can open up brushes, but they don't really have the ways to open up the brushes, especially since we are looking at, like you said before, Melon Best Fruit is a very bushwhack kind of team.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you, but what's catching my eye right now is Kadita being in the roam position and Wolf playing that Ruby in lane. So I guess Melon wants to fully utilize the dire hit that comes down from the roaming boots and deal tons and tons of damage. So you see the babysitting service coming from Melon, and Melon is playing in the roam position. So the roaming trio from Melon's Best Fruit, it lacks a little bit of the range game. But right now, Ken trying his best to cut that lane. Huang already rotating down and zoning out that turtle in the EXP lane. But we see, oh, the cavalry is rotating really, really quickly. Turtle dance starting up. Case pulling in that turtle into his side.
Ken's really in position. Unfortunately, the hook is not going to land. Unfortunately, even the eye for an eye is not used very efficiently. At this point in time, Kaze will be able to get himself a simple takedown onto the turtle and just will be moving on forward with 3% down from the side of Miracle Gaming SG, while Huang takes a quick little dash away, but doesn't really quite have Mystic Field. The Breath of the Ocean is not going to connect, and Kaze takes himself yet another kill to his name. A total of 3 kills already. While we are looking at themselves, Melon Best Fruit having a turtle take for themselves. One thing I realized is that yes, Ken is playing as the EXP laner, while Kaze is actually going to be playing as the jungler, which makes very good sense why he has managed to get himself the
Top
objective.
lane though.
Moonlight
Oh.
doesn't seem like he will be able to get away though. It is going to be the crossbow tank that managed to pop up right on top of Wayu, and that is pretty much the end of it all, unless Wolf got something for us.
Whoa.
Perfect.
That was such a perfect re-engage back there, knowing that Leslie was way, way too low. Oh, look at the mid lane though, Zac trying to take down Kaze. Oh, the damage onto Zac though. We'll be able to get out just in the nick of time. Man, let's take a look replay real quick to see what went down. What actually went down right here in that turtle pit. Look at Kaze, really objective oriented, but take a look at Ken going straight for that back line. Moonlight tries to re-engage with the hook, but misses all the way through. Mystic Field landed onto 2. That was a very, very good Mystic Field. But then look at that. The Melon comes straight in. That was a very, very nice. I'm offended by Wolf just pulling the rest of them in, and Kaze takes in that turtle, giving them a lot more of the sustainability when it comes down to those team fights.
It really-
That went down all the way to them. But Moonlight though, oh, call an ambulance.
Just
Because-
immediately flying up to the
oh,
sky.
man.
Yikes. Kind of seems as though things are starting to get a little bit tough for the side of Miracle Gaming SG, huh?
Oh yeah, yeah, it is tough. I mean, but that is what I expected from the early game, but not that high, not that much of a lead. 4K gold with 6 kills ahead of Miracle SG. That is a huge lead, and this is where they are going to be starting off to scale throughout this game.
And not to forget, the top lane outer turret has also going to be destroyed, while Kaze have gotten himself yet another turtle. Zac did manage to pick himself up with a Feather of Heaven, but hopefully that is going to change something out a little bit. 7-1 is the current scoreline, and we're looking at a 4,000 gold advantage from the side of Melon Best Fruit. Melon Best Fruit have already gotten themselves quite a lot of control, at least when it comes down to the river. And we are going to be looking at yet another take coming in from Melon Best Fruit. Even if you are right underneath the turret's nose, that doesn't mean that you are going to be safe and sound. Look at this aggressive take coming from Melon Best Fruit. They don't care. Even if there isn't any form of creeps around, they are still gonna face tank the damage from the turret and just do whatever that they can.
Well, the shot calling and re-engage from Melon's Best Fruit is just insane. I mean, the way they layer in their players into all of those team fights was just crisp, and that is pretty much how Melon's Best Fruit is going to be playing against. And like you said, Protect the President is the name of the game, and right now Melon is actually protecting sooner or later as much as he possibly can right now. And it's mostly like sooner or later is just going to just farm up as slowly as possible. Wait till that late game because he is going to be that mean damage dealer. And it's going to be coming sooner than later because he's 301 right now. This is crazy. Yeah. I mean, dad jokes coming from the two dads in the commentator stand. But Kaze, they are seeking to block out that wave, trying to push down all that turrets. And this is what I like about Melon's Best Fruit. Very disciplined, very structural, very oriented, but it's sort of like a textbook. A Miracle SG, they know this. And once they finish up that gold lane turret, they're going to move down to that mid lane. And after the mid lane is done, they move down to that bottom lane.
Red team turret has
It is
been
very
destroyed.
methodical. Every single move the Melon Best Fruit has made, they ensure that they will be able to lock each and every one of the members from the side of Miracle Gaming SG. And it kind of seems as though Miracle Gaming SG does not have an answer for a single thing that Melon Best Fruit have brought forward. The only thing that they can do right now is probably just going to be congregating together and trying to converge as one team to fight the other team. But it's not going to be as easy as they want to. As we said before, Miracle Gaming SG is a team that doesn't have a very strong position when it comes down to opening up brushes, knowing the very fact that there is a Kadita in the brush. Anytime you head in, you may actually just get evaporated.
And it is interesting. Let's take a look at itemizations real quick. Okay, core items already built up for YU. You already have the Clock of Destiny for Xavier, building up on the Enchanted Talisman. But hold on a second, Conceal Play is coming up. Not going to be mounting up to everything, but with that pause. Oh, down underneath that turret.
Red team turret
Kind of seems as though we are just going to be looking at the middle lane immediately. Ken found himself hooked right into the enemy's base. And unfortunately, that is all during a fight. So unfortunately, the pause can't go through. Only after the fight happened, then we can probably go for the pause. Now, at least for the, from the previous fight, we are looking at a bit of a 1-for-1 trade, right? Middle lane, inner turret for the top lane, inner turret as well. So it's kind of like a fair trade-ish. But in the end of the day, the middle lane is still going to be one of the most important lanes to bring down. Every single one of those turrets should go down. It's a lot easier for you to coordinate your Lord with the adjacent lanes as compared to, you know, pushing, making a Lord push down the bottom lane or the top lane and then sync up the rest.
That's just facts right there. I mean, Franco was trying his best just to try to use his hook as a defensive strategy to open up that brushes. You see him trying to just do a blind hook underneath the brushes. But I like the fact that Melon's best route is layering their players. I mean, Melon knows that he's going to get hooked in the brush. So Ruby always sticks by him. So whenever Franco eventually, he will land a hook. You push out that 1,000 hooks, he will land at least one. And it will be on that Ruby. And Ruby, like you know, once she goes into the opponent's territory, she's going to be using that I'm offended and a flicker backwards to re-engage and initiate a Uno reverse situation on those team fights. But I won't count Miracle SG's composition out just yet because, I mean, we talked about this in the drafting phase. They are a very late game composition. So if, and only if, they manage to survive a couple of Lord skirmishes and able to do a pick-off strategy, like you said, throw down Mystic Field, try to pull an enemy in after they have been locked down by a Mystic Field, then yes, they can slowly but surely scale up. And Leslie and Xavier is going to be the main damage coming in from Miracle Gaming SG. Berry only has to go in straight to that back line. And that back line is going to be difficult to re-engage. But hold on a second, Berry right here getting sandwiched by Wolf and Melon.
I don't think that anything else is going to be happening onto Wolf, even though his HP is dropped, has really dropped all the way down low.
Oh.
But here we go, Breath of the Ocean plus Rough Waves, just going to be connecting on the two. While sooner or later has already soared into the skies with his crossbow of tank, bringing down 3 people. And it was so close to getting Wayu down as well.
He's just waiting for that right time. It's going to be later rather than sooner because after the crossbow tank has been initiated, she jumps straight onto that next enemy. And the items that she's built, like, it's just a lot of damage right now for Miracle Gaming SG to handle. So, like I was saying, Berry needs to be able to engage through that back line, but it's going to be tough because once sooner or later hits off all your weakness points, you're going to be initiating that crossbow tank for her. So you're going to be playing a very defensive kind of Lapu Lapu if you're Berry and just fight front to back. Try to stay away from that 1-1 and try to just poke a little here and there, get Huang to lock someone down, and then focus straight in on sooner or later. But the Lord Dance is going to be starting up. Miracle Gaming SG, they are not going to be contesting for this Lord. They'd rather be waiting for that Lord to dash into the base and do a defense. And with that Xavier, it's easier for you to defend on a Lord skirmish than, you know, you going in and starting the aggression under the Lord Pit.
I mean, understandably, we have seen before, Dawning Light sniping Lords away.
Yeah.
That would be nice to see, but unfortunately, that is not going to be the case that we are going to be looking at for this game, at least for now. We are 10 minutes into the game. The current scoreline is 12-2 with a total of about 8,000 gold lead in favor for Melon Best Fruit. With the top lane and the middle lane synced together with the adjacents of the Lord marching into the middle lane, it is definitely going to be a tough fight for Miracle Gaming to get out of once all 3 waves pushes in.
Ooh, consume play came in a little bit too early. The Lord is crashing down onto that mid lane turret, but it does look like Miracle Gaming SG is going to have a pretty much more successful defense. Right now, they're going to be losing that tier 3 turret on mid lane.
Shouldn't be a problem. With only the inhibitor turret down in the middle lane, this doesn't mean that they are out of the woods just yet, though. Top lane and bottom lane is still going to be out, but here we go. A nice little Petrify coming from the side of Melon. Instantaneously bursting 3% down, and is going to be giving a lot of help over to the fellow friends. Wayu at least did manage to go for a small little trade, bring down the Kadita, but unfortunately the rest of the members coming from the side of Melon Best Fruit just going to be focusing on to the rest of the members from the side of Miracle Gaming, plus The 1-1 didn't need to care about anything at all but the core.
It's all about objectives, objectives, objectives. Melon's best fruit, well played. That was a fantastic, well-disciplined game. It's straight up textbook. Finish up one objectives, move on to the other. Let's stick as a unit and play to our strengths as a composition. MVP goes down to Melon. Now, Melon worthy of the MPL badge that he's carrying right now, and pretty much just opening up that map and giving so much intimidation over to the side of Miracle Gaming SG. So, we're not out of the woods just yet, though. Let's take a look at the damage that they have been doing. Melon is a roaming Kadita. So bear in mind, she does have that dire hit when you build that on that. 93% team fight participation. Not quite the 106% that we were used to before, but like, man, this is a huge, huge Kadita coming out with Melon.
That is not all, actually.
Yeah.
It is not only the fact that Melon playing as Kadita is a roam. If you look at the items closely from the side of Wolves, he has roam boots as well.
Ooh,
So they actually have double
Double roam.
roam in their current lineup. So the only way to technically make this work is that whenever Melon is in middle lane, Wolf heads out. Whenever whenever Melon wants to go into the lane, Wolf heads out, vice versa. So they cannot clash. Otherwise, the gold and the EXP is not going to go to anywhere at all.
right,
So-
just in the early stages of the game.
Right,
And
just
that
in the
was
early stages.
very, very
The
smart.
first 5 minutes is where they're trying to, fully utilize in the early stages of the game. How would they be able to balance out the gold and the EXP and then reap the rewards coming into the later stages of the game, just so that the Kadita gets the die hit while they still have Conceal within of their team.
Wow, that was very interesting that you pointed that out, because they do have concealed, they do have that dire hit that Kadita was just saving up until a nice I'm offended has been pulled through, and they had a little bit of a connectivity issues here and there as well, but they pulled through because of the fact that they played their strategies to the T, and it was just very, very crispy. But I mean, looking at the other side of the other end of the spectrum, Miracle Gaming SG, they need to be able to find a way to read Melon's best fruit, how they rotate, how they re-engage, maybe try to pick heroes that don't necessarily act as a counter pick to
Right.
any specific hero or
Yep.
any specific person, but play to your strengths. Be more comfortable with your picks, because you know that for the side of Melon's best fruit, they played a very, very aggressive early game. Albeit they don't have a lot of early game invades or skirmishes into your own jungle, that doesn't discount the fact that they are looking to aim at your own, your side lanes. And that is where maybe the window of opportunity closes for the side of Miracle Gaming SG. As your side lanes are unable to farm up, Xavier is just running around like a headless chicken, trying his best to farm up, but yet again, trying his best to babysit whoever is falling short
Right.
behind an economy. So yeah, they really have to re-strategize and try to play to their own strengths, is what I think.
I suppose one thing that they can try right now is go eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, evil for evil.
Yep.
Just go straight in. If the opponents are trying to go for an aggressive take, they can probably try to go for aggressive as well. If the opponent wants to be the one that that takes the first step, you're gonna have to react as a defensive team.
Yep.
So what if we force a team that wants to start first by reacting, make them react? So that is definitely something that could definitely work to a certain extent. We do have kind of like a rock, paper, scissors kind of game going on between the two teams, but of course, that is just game number 1. This is a best of 3 series, so
Yeah.
we still have at least at most 2 more games in the very event that Miracle Gaming SG were to win in this game. But the next game will only come up after a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Never mind. Don't worry. Never say die. Let's go.
Hey guys, Potato here from Zion Esports, and today I'm going to show you how you can purchase Mobile Legends Bang Bang Diamonds with Razer Go Singapore Wallet. Step 1. Pull out your phone and go to go.razer.com. Step 2. Tap on the Mobile Legends Bang Bang thumbnail and you'll be taken to this screen. Step 3. Enter all your relevant information as prompted on the screen. You can also select or check out with Razer Go Wallet. And that's it, you can now go ahead and get your favorite skin for your hero. Hey guys, Potato here from Zion Esports, and today I'm going to show you how you can purchase Mobile Legends Bang Bang Diamonds with Razer Go Singapore Wallet. Step 1. Pull out your phone and go to go.razer.com. Step 2. Tap on the Mobile Legends Bang Bang thumbnail and you'll be taken to this screen. Step 3. Enter all your relevant information as prompted on the screen. You can also select or check out with Razer Go Wallet. And that's it, you can now go ahead and get your favorite skin for your hero.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to E Delta League Grand Finals Day. My name is Churros. With me here is Santa Abstract right now. We're bringing in the jolly season. We're midway through Miracle Gaming SG versus Melon's Best Fruit. Melon Best Fruit up by 1. Man, Abstract, what do you think is going to be down right now?
Well, it kind of looks really tough when it comes down to Miracle Gaming SG. We can understand that Melon Best Fruit, they definitely do have quite an interesting strategy, I gotta have to say. You know, 2 roaming boots on their side, definitely a lot of macro that they gotta have to work up with, and of course, some good micros on their side as well. So at least when it comes down to Miracle Gaming SG, their composition looks pretty a-okay, right? At least for me. The way I look at things, it kind of looks not bad. But one thing that really makes things really tough is the very fear of threading into brushes, because as long as Kadita is always not in the map, you can't see where Kadita is, which is why Kadita roam is such a good thing, is that you don't know exactly which brush is safe. As such, there could be a probability that playing a soft support may actually be pretty decent, because you'll be able to open up a brush just by dropping a single skill in it. It's a pretty darn good buff for our support friends out there. You don't have to physically go in there, but there is still gonna be some element of surprise coming in from Kadita whenever she's trying to go for Ocean Oddity plus the Petrify. As a soft support, you are definitely gonna be dead.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you, brother. And right now, we're just going to be jumping straight to that draft. Let's go and take a look at Miracle Gaming SG. Going to be banning out, well, giving a lot of respect to that 1-1 and the Kadita right off the bat. Melon's Best Fruit just going to be staying on their best fruit. Going to be banning out that Fanny first because, I mean, you know, respecting that maybe Miracle Gaming's SG's jungle is more comfortable with these kinds of heroes, and you want to take off comfortability off that bet, make them play in somewhere that you're really uncomfortable. It's like sitting on another chair outside of an auto mill.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
I know, I just say it.
Right. And so that
Good
is...
segue though.
Yeah,
That's good.
thank you. Just, it's sort of like putting Melon's Best Fruit. Okay, so the Valentina is going to get picked up. This is something that is really interesting to me because right now, after that recent patch, I see less and less Valentina players out there because of the fact that Terrify is her best utility. So you go in with your skill 1, skill 2, then right after skill 2, skill 1 is up again, and then Terrify comes in. But then you can only Terrify a single or the same target once every 4 seconds. And that is a huge nerf, if I say so myself, because Terrify is something, it's sort of like a stun. You can't do anything, can't really purify your way out of that. It's too short to be able to purify your way out of that, but then it comes in. So I'm not too sure about the Valentina. But on the other side, Melon's going to be picking up something that he's very comfortable with, the Eve, and Ken is going to be playing on the Frederick again. Bearberry going to be picking up the Beatrix for himself. I like that pick a lot. Zach going back to all reliable in the Akai. But Akai being a flex pick, you can't play him anywhere else. Sort of like a roam position, maybe XP lane or the jungle. And Wolf, your prayers have been answered. Christmas came early. Matilda is getting picked up. The first support roam is going to be coming in for today's games.
But it's pretty much understandable why they have decided to go for a Mathilda. It mostly really just boils down to a reaction to the Valentina pick coming from the side of Miracle Gaming SG. This pretty much leaves the Valentina to only be able to use the RWM, as that is understandably a very strong ultimate that Valentina can make full use of. If you give a roam hero such as an Atlas or perhaps even a Grox ultimate when it comes down to the Wild Charge or perhaps even Fatal Links, it is definitely going to be very devastating for your team. As such, picking up a soft support in the sign of a Mathilda is definitely great. You'll be able to bolster your early stages of the game and then move on forward from that. But for now, we're looking at a Leslie as well as a Lapu Lapu band coming in from Miracle Gaming SG as well as Melon Best Fruit respectively. What Melon Best Fruit have decided to go for themselves is going to be a Benedetta onto
Yet
the
again.
hands of Kazitan, but I'm not too sure whether they are going to be looking at a jungle Benedetta just yet. It kind of seems as though it is still going to be a jungle Fredrin actually.
Might be. It might be. Miracle Gaming SG is going to be answering back with the Kaja right off the bat. That is a very pick-off oriented kind of strategy that they opt to choose. Miracle Gaming SG is going to be picking up the Xavier yet again, so try it again. Maybe something went wrong, but Melon's Best Fruit, the best answer to them is probably a Clint against the Beatrix. It's sort of like a tit for tat. Both of them are very strong in the early games, especially in the laning phase when you have some support roam that's going to be babysitting you through to the end of your laning phase, so to speak. But it does seem like, okay, Irithel is going to be picked up by sooner or later. I like that pick a lot, actually. So Irithel, to me, it's sort of like a discount 1-1. You are able to shoot your skills and move around.
That is true.
So you
That
are
is
able
true.
to kite your enemies, but what's lacking is just the range. The range of Irithel is going to be her Achilles heel, her and her 6 heals. With her, the wolves,
yes, with
right?
the panther
Yeah,
involved.
it took you so
okay.
long to get that one. But ladies and gentlemen, we are loading in to game number 2. Will Melon's Best Fruit be able to sweep the series, put their best foot forward, or will Miracle Gaming SG come up with some kind of miracle and take it back with a reverse sweep?
Let's jump right into game number 2 to the trophy playoff semi-finals number 1. We are, of course, going to be looking at quite a composition. At least when it comes down to Miracle Gaming SG's composition, it kind of seems as though their lineup is relatively the same to a certain extent. They have the same idea that they're trying to go for, at least when it comes down to having an Akai as well as a, what's that called again? The, not
Kaja.
Kaja wasn't used in the previous round, was it?
It wasn't. It
Yeah,
wasn't.
it
It
wasn't.
wasn't even banned as well.
Yeah, it wasn't even banned. But this time, Kaja was actually picked relatively late, which is actually kind of surprising in this very extent, right? The Kaja is definitely going to be picked. The main cause is really to just capture anyone. And like you said before, it really comes down to pick-off strategies.
Yeah.
When it comes down to Kaja's Divine Judgment or perhaps the Akai Savior Spin, as long as they are able to find ways to gank, that is their way to win. Just keep ganking over and over again, find themselves a snowball, and eventually be able to win the game from that point in time. Because one thing's for sure, when we are looking at a Beatrix and a Beatrix getting an item early ahead of time, that means that bringing down turrets is definitely going to be fast, and getting themselves the free real estate all across the map is going to be super easy. So Miracle Gaming SG, whatever that they're trying out right now, whatever that they're playing right now, it really focuses on to getting themselves the early game snowball. Once they get that, then kind of like get themselves the tempo forward.
Right, I want to add on to that because this lineup that they have specifically chosen for themselves seems a lot more balanced in terms of the scalability within the rest of the games. You do have early game damage from that Akai, early game damage from Kaja coming in, but late game insurance is on the tables as well. Xavier, give him enough time to farm up. You have a lot of damage. You have
Constant
that
dawning
vision
lights
play.
and all.
Yeah, with that dawning light, I was just about to say that. And this Beatrix is going to be a monster with Nibiru if she builds the items right. But I'm still not sure what kind of playstyle this Beatrix has coming in yet. Will she be a Renner kind of Beatrix, or will she be a Bushwhack kind of Beatrix? Or is she just a Nibiru rocket launcher kind of Beatrix, just clearing lanes and just playing with the objectives? And I think Miracle Gaming SG, they have to identify what is the roaming patterns that Melon's Best Fruit has as opposed to themselves. You want to be an active, like I'm going to bring back that active reactive concept that you talked about before, because you want to be active in your engages. You want to be aggressive because right now you do have the composition to do so, but you don't want to be reactive in the sense that, like, okay, someone's getting picked up and then you react to that situation. But ladies and gentlemen, hopefully there's no other difficulties yet again, because we are going in to game number 2.
It is still right off the start. Melon Best Fruit and Miracle Gaming SG kind of seems as though they are going head-to-head in the middle lane. Very aggressive. Perhaps the very active gameplay coming from both sides, to be very honest. One thing that we are seeing as well is which kind of slipped my mind a little bit, is the fact that they are playing a Valentina in the EXP lane. So at least when it comes down in the early stages of the game, Miracle Gaming SG definitely got the power and the damage that they are looking out for. Whatever that they are doing is all within the early games. Magic is the kind of damage that can't be nullified very early into the game or resisted. You're gonna have to focus and put quite a lot of your eggs in a single basket if you want to defend against magical damage, which Huang and Yu is ultimately gonna be very good at. Let's not forget the Moonlight himself also deals magical damage. So at least when it comes down to Melon Best Fruit, they're probably gonna gear themselves towards magical damage a lot in the early stages, which will only get them in by the mid stages of the game, somewhere along the lines of 7 minutes in, to get themselves the Athena Shield or perhaps the Radiant Armor. That itemization would then leave Bearberry in a very good spot because there are no tech against magic of physical defense.
There is Vengeance that really counters Beatrix very, very hard, but it doesn't look like Melon's Best Fruit has any players that are going to be playing a defensive kind of build with that Vengeance play.
Right.
A very good counter to Beatrix is because of the high damage output that she deals in a short amount of time. But right now, the Turtle Dance is starting up. Heavy Spin, zoning them out the way. Oh, Zac takes down the Turtle with the Retribution battle. And Dawning Light brings Zac down low. Oh, first blood goes over to Melon.
Okay. I thought that was another Electro Final Blow, but it's actually an Electro Final Blow stolen by the Valentina. And right off the bat, we're looking at Wolves immediately going down to the hands of Melon Best Fruit. So, sorry, it goes down to the hands of Miracle Gaming SG. So, we're looking at a 1:1 current scoreline, and unfortunately for Melon Best Fruit this time, right off the bat and right off the start, we're starting to see a bit of a clash. You know, a lot of active gameplay coming from both teams, but for now, we're looking at the economy that actually still goes over to the hands of Miracle Gaming SG.
Yeah.
So they have got a good start, at least for themselves. They've got the Akai that manages to take the turtle away, so that is economy, that is objective that they have managed to score for themselves. One other thing that we should be really looking out for when it comes down to Melon Best Fruit is their very aggressive front lines. They do have Kazitan that is playing as a Fredrin in the front lines, and that is great and all, right? But when it comes down to the mid stages of the game, what kind of damage do they really have got to offer for us? Their team is full out on team fights.
Yes.
Even when we are looking at the Benedetta, yes, Benedetta have an archetype playstyle, which is to go on the split push, open up fields, open up the map, those kind of stuff. But because of looking at the fact that this Benedetta actually have Petrify on himself, it is very and highly likely that this Benedetta will want to play with his team most of the time.
Right now, I guess, just adding on to your point about like the damage output, Irithel has very high damage output, but it goes down very late in the game.
Yes.
Once you get at least the Windtalker, the Berserker's Fury, and another item, maybe a Malefic Roar, if you
Perhaps,
put that
yep.
on a Irithel, you can deal a lot of damage. And if you have a Haas Claws with the Irithel, you have a lot of sustain as well. But it does seem like they are a very objective-oriented kind of group. So having the robot manipulation sort of soft counters Akai's Heavy Spin. You can use Heavy Spin on a Yve, but Yve's going to negate the effects of your crowd control. Then, I mean, take a look at Yu as well, playing on the EXP lane in the Valentina. I'm not thinking that she's going to be building a damage Valentina, but more like a damage, semi-tankiness kind of Valentina that goes through. Because I guess one of the ultimates that really stack well with their lineup is the Circling Eagle coming in from Wolf, which brings a pick-off strategy to be a little bit more viable with the Moonlight trying to zone out Wolf from Zac's farm.
HP though. Getting himself down
Moonlight.
to his liver, but unfortunately the RWM pops coming in from the hands of Melons, I'm sorry, and Moonlight, unfortunately, is going to meet his maker. There's a little bit of a greedy play coming from the side of Moonlight. I'm not too sure why were they kind of like congregating together in the brush in the middle lane, even though his HP has dropped all the way down low. Perhaps they are just really wanting to dominate the brushes as much as possible, but that is kind of like overextending their arms just by a tad little bit. But to, you know, kind of respond over to the Valentina pick, you know, what kind of items he's going to go for. I strongly believe that they are actually going to go for pure damage.
Yeah.
Right. I believe that Valentina is going to pure damage. Huang is going to go for damage as well. This lineup coming from Miruka Gaming SG, they are very likely just going to go all out in terms of damage. Even when it comes down to Kaja, right? Kaja might actually build a little bit more of a hybrid so that you'll be able to go in and run out with great ease. Other than that, everyone have got the damage that they originally wanted. So even if one of their damage dealers, such as Bearberry, is taken down, at least Moonlight, Wayu, and Huang will be able to do a very good job.
Oh, Zach easily takes down the turtle with the second retribution, and they are disciplined enough to just fall back. They took the objectives, they're going back. And I saw a little bit of the itemizations, and what really piques my interest is Melon already having the Ice Queen wand. Now, her skill 2 is going to be slowing you down by 75% already. You stack that with that Ice Queen wand, and that is the first item that he sort of gets on the Eve. It's going to be such a menace for Miracle Gaming SG. See how slow she slows down that Savior. Nowhere is going to be safe. And that is sort of like a vision kind of skill as well, giving a little bit of a vision play over the Melon's Best Fruit. Oh, IMU takes down the Electrifying Blow just to get off to safety. Underneath that turret, but oh, the taunt comes in from Moonlight. Looks like the flicker coming in.
Moonlight didn't seem that he'll be able to find the right person to lay down the Divine Judgment. Fortunately, that is going to be the main big play from the side of Miracle Gaming SG that just didn't quite work out for them. Wolf completely out of position. 1-for-1 trade, and it kind of seems as though both teams have gotten themselves in a relatively okay position. Bottom lane is not exactly going to be pressured that much by Ken. I thought that they would be able to do that, but for in the meantime, Bearberry!
Oh, Bearberry!
Picks off a double very quickly. Outplayed against Kaze as well as sooner or later. 40-3 is the current scoreline with a 1,000 gold lead, most of which is probably going to be credited over to Bearberry.
Oh man, I mean, what did I tell you, man? Nibiru is the method. It's the only method right now. You know how much damage you can go through over a short amount of time, and the only way to go through a Beatrix is basically a Vengeance, which they don't have. So Melon's Best Fruit, the defensive item, should most probably be the Thorn Mill that would be built up just to mitigate a little bit of the damage coming through. But Miracle Gaming SG, the turtle is up. They are going to be zoning the rest of them out. Matilda already being suppressed by the Divine Judgment. Kaze comes in with the taunt, and Ken over on to Moonlight. Moonlight down low, but on the back though, Bearberry trying to do as much damage as they can. The taunt coming in for Zach. Won't be able to survive out there. Wolf comes out with a sliver and double kill over to Melon. 5-0-0.
Unfortunately, a very scrappy fight from the side of Miracle Gaming SG. Moonlight did manage to pop the Divine Judgment on 2 Wolves, but there were just no follow-up. And understandably, Moonlight doesn't really quite have the damage, understandably, as he is the Roamer hero after all. No damage, but really just full-out utility. As long as there are no one that actually communicates together with the Kaja, it is definitely going to be a lot more difficult for them to play the game. In the meantime, we're just going to be snapping our cameras down to the bottom side. Huang made his way down to the bottom to defend the outer turret for now. But Zach opened things up. It does have the heavy spin that will be able to push everyone else away. But fortunately, it seems like it's going to be a 4 versus 1 fight as the Kaja once again lays waste right within the river. And Melon Best Fruit have yet again managed to dominate Miracle Gaming SG.
Oh man, I mean, with Melon on that Eve, it's going to be very hard for Moonlight to even single out a single hero just because of that real-world manipulation, trying to zone the rest of the members out from following up to his Divine Judgment. And that was a very, very well methodical play coming in from Melon, just suiting this real-world manipulation on the fact that Zach initiated with that heavy spin. But coming in 8 minutes into the game, the next objective, or the next big objective, is going to be that Lord and Melon's Best Fruit. Oh, Wolf is going to be safe. The sustain coming in from Matilda is mounting to a lot right now, but Zach trying to zone out Kaze.
But is that going to work, unfortunately? Well, it did manage to create some space, but Miracle Gaming is the one that has created space against themselves, unfortunately. Bearberry and Moonlight were not able to keep up with the momentum when Zach managed to push Kaze all the way to the western region of the map, leaving Bearberry and Moonlight completely unguarded, which allowed Melon Best Fruit to take yet another 2 more kills to their name. They do have 4 kills on top of Miracle Gaming SG, yet when it comes down to economy, it is not that huge of a deal. Zach is still going to be around the area. He have managed to take a look at the Lord's Pit, and it is very sure that Melon Best Fruit is trying to take this Lord down. But what is going to be the answer over here? Will Zach be able to steal it away? Unfortunately, will not be, as Kaze takes down the Lord. Sooner or later, will be able to take down the kill down to Zach, and now the Nimbus Passion wasn't able to connect on anyone from the side of Melon Best Fruit. Unfortunately, the RWM pops coming from the side of YU, and he's gonna ping down sooner or later in this point in time. It is a 1-4-2 trade, while the Lord is gonna be marching in the bottom lane.
Whoa, Kaze just had his eyes on the prize right there in that Lord fight. Even though he was trying to be zoned out by Zach with that heavy spin, he managed to pop in that Retribution, a very, very worthy Retribution, bring their economy up by 1k gold. Actually, bringing it up to 2k gold right now. Melon, hold on a second, zoning out YU, able to get out alive, just zoning them out of that top lane turret.
It is going to be a huge push from Melon Best Fruit. They have the upper quadrant of Miracle Gaming's jungle completely taken out. They're just waiting for the perfect time for Melon Best Fruit to eventually go straight in, but unfortunately, it kind of seems like the suppress onto the cannon is going to be super darn difficult. 2 ultimates were used just onto this Benedetta. As such, it kind of seems as though the bait has worked out. Middle lane is going to be pushing in, while the bottom lane has got a Lord. Nibiru's Passion will be, of course, used in order to whittle down the Lord's health, but is it really going to be enough? Is all of these ultimate sacrifice going to be worth it when Melon Best Fruit is just knocking on the door?
Okay, barely going in and coming in. Red again with that taunt on very,
Oh!
roll manipulation. Don't even get it.
Kind of seems like though we do have the Beatrix that's taken down by the hands of Melon. 1 by 1. Miracle Gaming SG, they are just unable to withstand themselves, and of course they can't withstand Melon Best Fruit rather. Their foothold is getting thinner and thinner. Every step that they make here could eventually plunge them into darkness. It just depends on the one right play. And what exactly would that be?
For Melon's Best Fruit, they're doing everything right.
Miracle Gaming SG though.
Miracle Gaming SG, their utility is starting to show. It does seem that you're
getting
right,
outplayed, I gotta have to say.
Ooh.
Small little mistakes that eventually compounds into something worse.
Ooh, there was a pause yet again. Man, okay. Let's break it down for the 2 teams. Miracle Gaming SG, they are still in the game. They
Definitely
need to be able
still
to
in the game.
pick off single heroes, and they need to do it 10 times. We see that on Zach just focusing onto Ken, but would it be the right target, or is it just a bait, like we were just talking about? It did work out before, because Ken, or rather the Benedetta, was very pivotal in going straight for their backlines, and in order to keep Bearberry safe, that is the one priority that you have to remove. But Yeeve's utility is starting to show, and starting to see why she is in the meta right now. The real manipulation, and not only just that, the second skill coming in from Yeeve to slow you down to about 90% is sort of like a mini stun.
It's more or less, yes.
Yeah, once you hit it like
correct.
90%, 75%
Yeah.
of a slow,
If
and
you're
it stacks.
if you're kind of hit by the Void Crystal, right?
Yeah.
You're kind of like in the moment of debate. You do have like an angel and a devil on your side. Purify it or not purify it. Dash away or don't dash away. Because it kind of seems like you're always at the tip of the Void Crystal, like, oh, I'm about to head out. And then something else happens.
Yeah.
It always happens at the final second. It's like a Murphy's Law all over again. So
Yeah.
at least when it comes down to Miracle Gaming SG, Murphy's Law is acting strongly on them. Whatever that could not work out is going to happen. And so far, the start, yes, it kind of sounds good. They kind of seems as though they have got some control in the game. But eventually, they started to crumble a little bit as the communications kind of seems to crumble a bit, you know? A couple of misplays coming in from Flickers, Kaja finally getting someone with the Divine Judgment, but no one came in to follow up. It kind of seems a little bit over the place as the communication seems to get a little bit blinded coming from the side of Miracle Gaming SG. They kind of have to huddle together and really understand what is the winning strategy for them, what is the winning condition, and who is the #1 priority to take down.
For the side of Miracle Gaming SG, it does look like Bearberry is starting to have a lot of damage. This is the 3 main core items that most Beatrix players would be getting. I would suggest a Demon Hunter Sword because of that stack damage coming in from the Nibiru, but sooner or later already has that Winter Nature, so you are able to engage in team fights. And what Melon Best Fruit does best is basically layering all your skills and targeting the right heroes, especially Zac and Moonlight. And once those 2 meat shoots are gone, they are able to just fight front to back and just dissect them bit by bit, single by single. Oh, look how slow Zac is. Waiting for that right time to pop that heavy spin. And now is that time. Locking down Case.
That's the right answer.
Oh,
It doesn't seem like it would be. Ken wanted to go over to the backlines, unfortunately wasn't able to do quite so. As Mathilda taken down, where's the Lord? The Lord goes down to the hands of Zac as they push all the way through onto Melon Best Fruit. Bearberry gets himself a triple, make that a Maniac, while the last player remaining from the side of Melon Best Fruit is going to be sooner or later, and he's going to be retreating all the way up south, or rather, up north. Every single one of the members from the side of Melon Best Fruit just will not be able to hold Miracle Gaming down, as the rest of Miracle Gaming SG pushes in the mid lane, wants to get themselves the inhibitor turret, and they successfully manage to do so.
Oh, the zone out coming in. They're just trying to stop Wolf from attacking Bearberry, and that is
Oh, sooner or
the
later.
time. Oh, they finally take down sooner or later, but at the cost of their own life, because Ken right there, but getting
The
locked
fight
down.
back.
Oh, by heavy spin, Wolf tries to push
Bearberry.
out. Bearberry finally gets taken down, but they're aiming for that throne. Zac a little
bit too greedy.
deep. Case is zoning out the rest of them. Zac will go down eventually. Moonlight, though, nowhere to escape. The slow coming through. Melon trying to chase Moonlight. Moonlight, one more hit.
That's the end
Will
of
he
him.
go down?
He will, with the final Void Blast from the hands of Yves. And that will pretty much summarize the entire fight between Miracle Gaming SG and Melon Best Fruit. It is definitely quite an encounter. The Lord will be taken down by Kaze with no problems whatsoever.
Let's take a little replay real quick in the Lord Pit. Take a look at Zac, just seeking out Case. He knows that once Case is locked down, they want to be taking advantage of that turtle, of that Lord, I mean. And take a look at this. All the way, Bearberry is safe, just changing him from Sniper to Nibiru and just melting them down bit by bit. This is the front-to-back kind of strategy that they need to employ in those games. They finally take down that Lord, and they are chasing it front to back. They have nowhere to go but run.
Quite a maniac.
Bearberry, though, the Maniac, that is where the Maniac is. It's so easy right now with that Beatrix, and I'm playing Beatrix a lot. I know the power that Beatrix has, especially in the later stages of that game. And Zac is just slowly building up more defense, and right now, Miracle SG, this is their window of opportunity to shine. They are seeking out Case,
There we
knocking
go.
it down, and taking down Bearberry, going at it yet again. With another kill to conceal play, they are trying to capitalize on this situation. They do have that lead. The damage from Bearberry is going up strong. They will not be able to catch any one of them.
Melon Best Fruit, unfortunately, will have to tuck the tails between, and they're gonna have to make a quick run for it. The top lane is just gonna be getting pushed out ever so slightly, while the middle lanes is going to be met with mega creeps. In the meantime, the Lord will be approaching and is resurfacing in 20 seconds. Miracle Gaming just gonna have to play things slowly but surely. Kaze will only be back in 5 seconds, and once that has happened, Melon Best Fruit will definitely gonna be finding ways to tackle against Miracle Gaming SG, as the next most important objective is coming up, and that will be the Lord.
Oh, sooner or later, trying to get down Waryu will eventually shut him down,
Out of
but at
position.
the cost of that Lord. Does look like they are trying to contest this from that back. Oh, the suppression, Divine Judgment pulls Case back. Zac finally gets the retribution and are pushing the rest of them out the way, trying to protect Bearberry as much as possible. Ken tries to go for Bearberry, gets locked down by a Mystic Field.
Moonlight.
Moonlight, though, is going down low. He is going down. Sooner or
field.
later, it's touching
Oh,
in.
Kaze-
Oh,
oh!
circling eagle onto Huang. Will get taken down. Bearberry as
Oh!
well. Another one for the side of Melon's Best Fruit at the cost of that Lord. But no matter, 4 members down. Zach is all alone. Melon's Best Fruit, this is their window of opportunity. Yet again, the economy now is neck and neck.
The express train for Kazetan to just push himself over to the backlines is exactly what Melon Best Fruit is trying to go for. The current composition is really revolving around back to front while leaving Melon and sooner or later at the back, and that is the main way that they will be able to play for one another. With Ken, Kaze as well as Mathilda going to the backlines, which is one thing that you will definitely see here, is definitely something that is really scary and something that Miracle Gaming SG will find a bit of a problem incorporating onto. Ken has already absorbed a lot of damage, and once the Circling Eagle have been seen by Kaze, jumping right over the back, getting Huang down, and then Bearberry next, that is what Melon Best Fruit is trying to go for. That is the perfect play with a single team fight.
Oh, take a look at itemizations right now. Beatrix building up that Haas Claws and that Wind of Nature. The sustainability for that Beatrix is coming to fruition. All that Kaja and Akai needs to do is just protect her and zone them out so that Beatrix is able to fight front to back. Ken also, like you said, Abstract, is building in damage. So it's all damage from the side of Miracle Gaming SG. I don't want to discount the fact that Huang was so pivotal in locking everyone down. It is an AoE stun or immobilization coming in from just this Savior. But Melon's Best Fruit is, they are having that damage all the way through, and they have like moments of greatness where they capitalize on where Moonlight is too far away from the best of their team and picking them off one by one. So this is pretty much a neck and neck scenario. It's anyone's game right now because Miracle and Melon's Best Fruit is going to be fighting a front to back most of that time, and they do need to take down the main damage dealers from the rest of the team. But for Melon's Best Fruit, the Yeeve is going to be so pivotal. Okay, right now, purple buff already funneling up to this Savior. So that means that the Dawning Light will be able to be spammed by Xavier a little bit more.
In the end, right now, we are coming close to the end of the game. Very close.
Very close.
But the conclusion is just not out yet. We do definitely see that the Lord has been taken by the hands of Miracle Gaming SG twice, but not once for Melon Best Fruit. But in the end, Melon Best Fruit, they still have got a great control of the game. They still have great control of team fights, and they have the strategy, and they know exactly how systematic they should be when it comes down to back to front, and how the Yeeve and the Irithel should help one another. In the end, it really boils down to team fight, at least for our friends here over from the side of Melon Best Fruit. But Miracle Gaming SG, they're focusing a lot on objective.
Yes.
The very first Lord that they managed to take down, they tried to end the game once and for all. But unfortunately, it is not a GG push. It is not exactly a GG push that should be acknowledged by the entire team. That is kind of overcompensating for themselves. They are a bit too greedy, to be very honest, a bit too greedy. Because if they managed to bring down the inhibitor turret in the middle lane, they could have gotten some other turrets or perhaps even lay down control in the opponent's jungle. That way, they control the game, they control the momentum, and they will completely try to starve out the farm of Melon Best Fruit.
Well said, brother. I mean, I couldn't have said it any better. And what I think could really change the entire ending of that situation is that in that Lord Pit, who is the main priority? Well, for Miracle Gaming SG, they seek out Kaze as the main priority. Well, when you take Kaze out, you sort of like mitigate that retribution that comes out from Kaze. You mitigate the meat shield that comes out from Kaze, but at the cost of a chunk of your health, because sooner or later it has that damage. Melon has the utility to lock you down. So you have to be able to prioritize the right targets. And for Miracle Gaming SG, they have to shift their attention to Melon and sooner or later, because the damage will come out from them. Ken, on the other hand, doing his very best. Eyes on prize, going straight for Bearberry, which is what Miracle Gaming SG is trying so hard to protect. Kaze already zoning out for the third Lord of the game. The Lord is favoring the side of Melon's Best Fruit. The rest of Miracle Gaming SG is in that rush. Heavy spin already popped off. They are trying to be picking out Wolf. Oh, a little bit too premature though. Zach,
It's an amazing
over this
paper.
course, does not have the heavy spin. So Melon's Best Fruit would be able to take this Lord for themselves.
As Ken prepares himself over to the back lines, doesn't seem like he's able to find anyone just yet. A single blast from the side of Ren is definitely going to bring down a couple of health from the side of Melon Best Fruit, and now this is going to be Miracle Gaming as he's going to be jumping himself over to the front lines. But in the back lines though, it kind of seems as though Ken is not able to hold himself against the members from the side of Miracle Gaming SG. And now the dawning light coming in from Huang. He's able to do a lot. Miracle Gaming SG, all 5 members still standing, while Ken is probably the only one. I completely jinxed them. Zach, the next one down onto the ground, while our Mathilda stays alive with just a sliver.
Oh man, you and I both just jinxed Melon's Best Fruit, bro. It was just, I thought like the heavy spin was just used to zone the rest of the enemies out, but it was just to, it's just as a distraction that Melon's Best Fruit was able to sort of like seek out that they have that window of opportunity. And Ken though, he was trying to go for the back line, but then again, Huang, the damage is starting to show from the Xavier, taking down that Lord, but it will be Melon's Best Fruit will be able to defend from this Lord skirmish easily without the help from Zach.
It's not going to be a problem after all. The main thing that Miracle Gaming SG right now has to do is to starve out Melon Best Fruit. Just starve them out. Head over to the top lane or the bottom lane. Take control of their jungle and bring one person down at a time. That's the game plan. That is exactly what they needed to do.
Bearberry.
But unfortunately, getting caught is not exactly going to be part of their game plan. As now Moonlight and Bearberry is already going to be taken down by the hands of Melon Best Fruit. As such, a 1-for-2 trade, definitely nothing of value.
At this time in the game, 21 minutes, almost 22. The death timer is no joke. You're going to be sitting in that graveyard for a short little while, enough for you to go to the toilet and back. But, oh man, that was a good fight. Seeking out Bearberry and just taking him out of the game means that you have that opportunity to cycle the rest of the team. But then we have to go into a pause real quick. There seems to be a lot of technical difficulties that is coming through this game, but at this point of time, a 2-for-1 trade favoring the side of Melon's Best Fruit is putting him in a favorable position to be able to push in and try to take down as many turrets as you can. But it is always a problem. In that late game, you don't know how to end it. And it's always very hard. Like, who is the main priority target and is it worth it? So let's take a look at all the options right here. Take down sooner or later or take down Melon. Those two are the main damage dealers. Or take down Kaze. He is the one with the retribution. He's the one that is going to be taking down the objectives. Or take down Ken, your side laner who's able to distract you from the rest of those team fights. So there is a lot of opportunities that Miracle Gaming SG has to consider before they go in. Now, for the side of Melon's Best Fruit, you can take down, the only one you want to be able to take down is Bearberry, the main damage dealer for the team. But I won't discount the fact that Xavier is popping off. The damage coming in from just Dawning Light, the utility from the Mystic Field is proving to be a bit too much for Melon's Best Fruit to handle, especially in those objective-oriented team fights. Right. So, understanding the key priority targets that both teams have to concern themselves with, it is now time to win. When do you go for these kinds of targets? Now, for the side of Miracle Gaming SG, they have the upper hand when it comes to objective taking. But for the side of Miracle Gaming SG, they have the upper hand when it comes down to skirmishes. So you don't want to wait for that Lord. You don't want to fight a Lord fight. You want to just take that fight out from that Lord, use that Lord as a distraction if you're Melon's Best Fruit, and go straight for all your key priority targets. But if you're Miracle Gaming SG, you want to be able to play with that objectives. So it's all down to the rest of the teams to zone them out. All items are built. The economy now means nothing.
Miracle Gaming SG's main game priority is pick-off.
Yes.
We can tell that it is that because of course, Akai and having a Kaja being picked up for themselves. The weakness of pick-off is really boils down to crowd control.
Yes.
If you're unable to get yourself out of a position, like for example for Moonlight, as long as if you can't drag people away, then your pick-off strategy is gone. As when you're playing as an Akai, if you're just stunned down in place or someone is able to out-Kai to you, then it is gone. So the main thing, when it comes down to weaknesses for the side of Miracle Gaming SG, they have to counter their weakness, which is Melon Best Fruit's one player, Melon. I feel that Melon definitely counts as two ways. Being able to slow down onto Moonlight so that his Divine Judgment becomes completely useless and it just becomes a normal suppress. You can't relocate your enemies anymore. And if Moonlight were to pick up Kazetan, Melon will be able to respond accordingly with an RWM or perhaps a Void Crystal. Then from that point on, an ultimate is wasted while Melon only use an RWM or perhaps just a Void Crystal. A simple answer for a difficult skill to use or a very long cooldown. So it's all about trades, it's all about value. So in this case, Miracle Gaming SG, they probably need to focus a little bit more onto Yve. They need to understand a little bit onto priorities, and they need to understand about value. Ultimate value is very important in this part of the game. The different kind of economy that we are looking out for is no longer on gold economy. We are looking at ultimate economy.
It's true. Ken still not showing his face anywhere around the map yet. Pulling Waryu up, trying to just zone those waves. Kazetan in a better position. Okay, Lord has been reset. These two teams, a lot of stakes are on the line. More so for Miracle Gaming because this is the do-or-die-all. If they lose this game, they'll be out of the competition. They will be in third place or a joint third place from Melon's Best Fruit. They want this. They're not here to play. They're here to win. Melon's Best Fruit. They have what it takes, as is Miracle Gaming SG, to be able to combat the rest of them. Well, Waryu already zoning out Ken in that bottom lane. Ken is sort of like a glass cannon right now, and Abstract, you're a Benedetta user. What do you think of this Benedetta right now?
Well, unfortunately, I don't have the time to do that, as now the members from the side of Melon Best Fruit just going to be jumping themselves on top of the line of Miracle Gaming SG, leaving Moonlight still having his immortality and still having his HP alive. Bearberry's HP as well as Moonlight is not going to be enough to stay in the next part of the fight. As such, they're going to have to go back home to heal. This is ultimately the perfect time for Melon Best Fruit to take advantage of. The longer they stay in this fight, the harder it will be for them to win in this game. Unfortunately, the Lord is still pretty darn healthy with about 45,000 HP onto himself.
The damage!
This is what I'm talking about. Give them time to reset and you will lose your timing. You will lose your game. As such, Melon Best Fruit will now lose the control onto the Lord. Miracle Gaming seizes the control and now they will be putting themselves in the front lines. Their right hand is ready to take on the Lord. Ready to have the Lord fight for them.
Man.
As Khan prematurely jumps himself in. He's going to be taken down. Kazetan hoping that he'll be able to do much, but the immortality is going to be popped. But unfortunately, it is still Huang that will be breaking down the Mystic Field, leaving an entirety of Miracle Gaming SG up and running. It is going to be a complete wipeout
Wipeout!
on the hands of Miracle Gaming SG. They seize control of the Lord. Brought down Melon Best Fruit one after another. All 5 members down and seized the core.
Oh man, what a game! MVP goes down to Bearberry. The damage from the Nibiru itself was basically 2 hits onto Melon, and like you said, Abstract, you were right. All they needed to do is go target Melon and take him out of the game for good. And once he's out, the window of opportunity is wide open, and such as when Ken went back to heal up his health. Let's take a look at the damage real quick to see how much both teams actually dealt. Okay, Waryu, Huang, and Bearberry dealing a ton of damage. Bearberry dealing the most with 120k, but Melon is 130 with 39% hero damage. That is an insane amount of team participation from both teams. Played it very, very strategically, very methodically, very layered in. So they all went in knowing that they are fighting a 5v5 match. They are fighting a team fight and not just, you know, I will be able to pick you off, but at the cost of that, I will have all 5 of my team members being on one guy. So, man, that was a long and arduous journey for both teams. They need a lot of time to reset. They need a lot of time back to that drawing board because both teams, they do have an equal footing. I mean, this is what you get when you're both here in the semifinals. The last game, it's going to be a BO1.
Well, it really boils down to timing, I feel. When it comes down to Melon Best Fruit, they needed the right timing for their game. And I think that one thing that they didn't realize is how low the health of Kaja as well as Beatrix was. That information probably wasn't really passed down. If that message was actually passed down to the entire team, they probably know what to do. With no Beatrix, no Kaja, the fact that they're gonna have to go home or to continue and participate in the fight while they are not healthy at all, no matter what, it will always be an advantage to Melon Best Fruit. But unfortunately, it kind of seems as though they were overly cautious and wasn't able to score themselves the game as such, losing the game over one tiny little mistake. Perhaps we will get the battlefield cleaned up a little bit, and of course, once it's all cleaned up and of course spotless, we'll be back into the game to introduce game number 3 of this semi-final series.
Hey guys, Potato here from Zion Esports, and today I'm going to show you how you can purchase Mobile Legends Bang Bang Diamonds with Razer Go Singapore Wallet. Step 1. Pull out your phone and go to go.razer.com. Step 2. Tap on the Mobile Legends Bang Bang thumbnail and you'll be taken to this screen. Step 3. Enter all your relevant information as prompted on the screen. You can also select or check out with Razer Go Wallet. And that's it, you can now go ahead and get your favorite skin for your hero. Hey guys, Potato here from Zion Esports, and today I'm going to show you how you can purchase Mobile Legends Bang Bang Diamonds with Razer Go Singapore Wallet. Step 1. Pull out your phone and go to go.razer.com. Step 2. Tap on the Mobile Legends Bang Bang thumbnail and you'll be taken to this screen. Step 3. Enter all your relevant information as prompted on the screen. You can also select or check out with Razer Go Wallet. And that's it, you can now go ahead and get your favorite skin for your hero.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to Delta League Grand Finals Day. My name is Churros. With me here is Abstract, and it's a holly jolly welcome to a Christmas with some Mobile Legends. If you're just joining us online or at our Tampines Hub, and speaking of which, this atmosphere is insane. I can actually hear the players shouting through my
Like you can hear it through?
Yeah, can you hear it?
I guess I'm a little bit too loud for my own ears.
It's been, your ears are spoiled, a little bit
Yes.
too old.
We're the
for
same
that.
age.
I know. Actually, I think I'm a tad older than you, right?
No,
Oh, you're
no way.
January
Yes,
1st?
13.
13, so you know when to buy him some presents if you're watching this. Oh, man. But what do you think of this game, and who do you think is going to be crowned the champion? Miracle Gaming SG and Melon's Best Fruit. Man, both
Yikes.
teams has very similar play style as seen from the second game of this series. It was havoc all the way through, constant back and forth. Everyone had what it takes at many different points in time, and once like the 20-minute timer hit, the itemizations were off the charts. Like, we don't need to care about that. It was all down to rotations, playstyles, and even so, both of them had very similar playstyles and rotations coming through to a lot of these late game team fights. Does Miracle Gaming SG have what it takes to be crowned the champion of this two series, or will Melon's Best Fruit able to redeem themselves worthy of being crowned the winners?
I mean, we're looking, technically speaking, a best of one series
Yes.
for this semifinals. We are looking at a 1:1 current scoreline, and all either one of these teams need to do is just jump into the game and win this one game. So let us take a look at the draft between Melon Best Fruit versus Miracle Gaming SG. Melon Best Fruit over on the first pick, while Miracle Gaming SG
Your
on the
team
second
is
pick.
banning.
The first thing that we are going to be looking out for is an Akai 1-1
Your team
being
is
thrown
banning.
over to the banning pool. And I wouldn't be surprised if Yif is up there as well.
I actually believe that, but would you rather ban out a Yves or the Kadita? Because it's
I'd
more
rather
like
ban
yeah, Yves has more like late game potential and a lot more like slow potential
Sir,
coming in.
what's your
Fanny is
command?
still going to be
Your
banned
team
out,
is
so
banning.
Hayabusa, the hero that was banned out for 2 games from the side of Melon's Best Fruit, is still up and open for the taking. They still have a second phase ban, but is it worthy enough to be a priority pick on the side of Miracle Gaming SG? Is it the one that would be able to win that?
Oh.
Oh, but they
Your
banned it
team is
themselves.
Okay, okay.
Okay, their first pick, so it might be the Fredrin or the Yves going into Melon's Best Fruit because it is still on the tables. It's pretty much wide open. They are very, very comfortable with picking that. I think Yves is worthy of a priority trade. Oh, will be the Fredrin on
Your
the side of
team
Ken.
Understandable.
Yeah.
They have been playing the Fredrin over and over again, and so far it kind of seems as though Kazetan's style
working. It was
of
working.
jungling
Yeah.
is all about frontline and tanky gameplay. Not necessarily an assassin-y style, while for Zac, he's a lot more assassin. He plays a lot more assassin. He's able to play more assassin things as a jungler. And I don't think that he's gonna go straight for it first because he's gonna have to, kind of test the waters a bit. So, what Miracle Gaming SG did instead is to steal away the Yves out of the hands of Melon Best Fruit. And now Melon Best Fruit will gonna have to understand what exactly do we need to deal against with a Yves. Unfortunately, Kadita is available, so Kadita can still be picked here by Melon.
It will be picked up by Melon
team
over
is
on that side right here, but I
domain.
love this pick over here. The Beatrix, the one that brought them through to the second game. They don't want to give it over to the hands of Miracle Gaming SG. Melon's Best Fruit is going to be picking it up for themselves. But to counter Beatrix, you need someone who is extremely tanky with Vengeance. I played Beatrix a lot with a lot of damage coming in from the Nibiru. a Vengeance on a Gacha Gacha or a Beleric would be able to lock you down immediately. The damage that comes back at you is just immense. It's insane. And basically, Beatrix is still a glass cannon, whether you like it or not. So picking up something that is able to burst you down or able to suppress you and lock you down for an easy pickoff would be good for the side of Miracle Gaming SG. But Zach just picked up that Kaja for himself, knowing that they don't want to give it over to the hands of Melon's Best Fruit. It might be played in the jungle, but it is still flexible. You can play in the EXP lane or in the rogue position as well. Okay, they are going to be banning out all the meta assassins.
There is a lot of ways we can look at this. I would generally prefer to see a Valentina in the roam position.
Yeah.
I highly believe that they would need an EXP laner that is tankier. I'm fine with Akaja going to the jungle, but the main thing is we need an EXP laner that uses Vengeance. As such, having a Uranus is actually okay, especially since Uranus is actually a pretty good fight against the this Fredrin, but only to a certain extent. If Fredrin plays in EXP lane, then sure, getting a Uranus is great. But if you're looking at a jungle Fredrin, then the difference is going to be very different here. But now, having a Leomord over to the hands of Melon Best Fruit further solidifies the reason that the Fredrin will be playing on EXP. If only Miracle Gaming SG have a slot for Uranus, it would have been great. But that's not possible anymore.
Well, the fact that Bearberry picked up that Martis...
Martis can still be played in the gold.
No, it's
lane.
gonna be that Irithel
Yeah.
again. So Irithel against Beatrix. Beatrix has a little bit of a tougher time in the early phase of the game. It's all down to your micro mechanics, how well you're able to juggle that Beatrix. But Wolf is gonna be solidifying that last draft with the Lolita, and the Kaja is gonna be picked up. It will be the Marta is gonna be going into the jungle. A fighter against a fighter, a fair trade, and both teams look like they are pretty much on equal footing. Over the fact that the Melon's Best Fruit is a little bit more of an early game burst damage kind of composition. They want to be able to pick off single target heroes, and they have late game insurance in, again, that Beatrix dealing high amounts of burst damage. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is the final game of the first semi-final series. Melon's Best Fruit on that blue side and Miracle Gaming SG on the red.
So what Miracle Gaming SG is looking out for kinda seems as though they just want to go all strike. They want damage, and they want boundless energy of damage. They do not want to stop at anything, and they just want to go all the way through like a wheelbarrow that stops at absolutely nothing. If whether that is gonna work, well, that is definitely gonna be the biggest question. YU is not exactly tanky as well, so playing in the EXP lane will have some difficulties to a certain extent, while we are looking at the roamer, which is going to be the Kaja, not necessarily tanky as well.
And speaking of roamers, actually, if you take a look at Kadita and Lolita, Lolita was clearing up that mid lane, so it does look like Melon's Best Fruit is going to be playing a double roam composition going in. So once Wolf gets his level 4, it will be Kadita who will be funneling a little bit of farm for herself before that, because I think they are capitalizing on the fact that the Numenon Blast coming in from that Lolita is going to be pivotal in a lot of those team fights.
They're gonna have to play very defensively for Melon Best Fruit. In the early stages of the game, before level 4, they're gonna have to play slow and steady. Because whatever that they're missing out on, I mean, having dual roam on your side, you are definitely getting some disadvantages. And that disadvantages should be, well, technically speaking, you should definitely compare yourself with the enemies. If you know that you're going to have lesser EXP or gold, play safer, which is definitely what Melon Best Fruit is looking out for. They are avoiding team fights, but what they are doing instead is they're putting invisible pressure onto Miracle Gaming SG to kind of discourage them from going out to fight. And the main thing is poking. Melon Best Fruit has constantly been poking their enemies, especially what Melon has been doing. Just pokes and pokes and pokes. And only then, when all of them are level 4, then they will take a fight. And of course, very anticlimactic.
Just as the Divine Judgment goes up.
Just as it happens. Just right as it happens. Unfortunately, there may be a problem here. Is a team fight. So we're gonna have to really just understand a little bit what's going on. As far as I'm concerned, during team fights, there's no pauses.
There's no pauses in
Yes.
team fights. You want to get it, let it happen all the way through. Okay, this Phantom Steed goes up, but Zach paused that retribution onto that turtle. Airborne Moonlight will get that, get picked up for that first blood. Zach picking off Ken.
1-for-1 trade, just for the turtle. Kind of seems as though we do have the Martis that did manage to take the turtle for himself.
Yes.
As such, Miracle Gaming SG have got the first objective down, while Melon Best Fruit will, technically speaking, understandable because of the fact that they just don't really have enough EXP to go all the way around. But there are still, you know, a couple of pros and cons.
Babysitting game is going up yet again for both teams, but something that I noticed earlier was the IMU coming in from that Valentina, taking in the Fredrin ultimate, immediately changes him or her to the Fredrin. And what Waryu needs to do is very systematically and methodically just take in the Numnon Blast. That is the best case scenario. Oh, Waryu down low will be able to run out of that one, but Zach there for backup won't be able to do much because of that range. But on the top side, oh, the Phantom Steed initiates that fight, pushing that Moonlight. The knockup, though.
The Breath of the Ocean is definitely going to be pretty damn scary over to the hands of Miracle Gaming SG. 1-for-2 trade. Top lane and bottom lane, we are starting to see very active gameplay. Waryu is now looking at landing down his ultimate, but it doesn't seem like that is going to be doing quite much. Huang playing as a Yves, he's just going to be hiding himself right underneath the turret's nose, and all he got to do is just weave in and out, leaving Kaze running back home as he's unable to tolerate any more damage from those fiery blasts.
Oh, Melon almost taking down. Rough Waves bring him down to a quarter, but able to survive. Sooner or later, just having a perfect time just farming up. This will be a little bit of a slower paced game for both teams, knowing that these teams, they don't want to fight any fights that they know that they can't win, or fight any fights that they don't want to be at a disadvantage. But right now, Melon's Best Fruit looking at a better position to contest for this turtle. Miracle Gaming SG. Moonlight, though, still has his Divine Judgment on the bot side. Waryu down low won't be able to do much. Let's go back to that turtle right now as Bearberry dealing a ton of damage.
A two-prong fight.
Oh,
Barbil
turtle
summoned.
resetting.
Oh, time wasted.
Unfortunate.
It's definitely unfortunate, but we can definitely get themselves back in the fray. 4 minutes and 55 seconds has passed. Just a few more seconds until all of the energy plating will be dissipated. And during that point in time, putting pressure on adjacent lanes are definitely going to be very, very painful. And of course, it's going to have a lot of impact. In the meantime, Moonlight did manage to find himself a Divine Judgment on a single person. Man is just going to be taken down, and this is going to be big. As the rest of the members from the side of Men and Best Fruit would want to get himself out of this fight. As Huang drops down, RWM locking onto Wolf. The next person is going to be Ken, but sooner or later, he does have the Nimbus Passion right behind of Ken as Ken takes a flicker. Both of them will live to tell the tale another day.
Oh, that was such a good fight, and that was such a good escape from Zek. He survived on a pixel. I didn't remember seeing any of the red health bar on his health, and he just managed to get out of there alive, mitigating it with his second skill, a very, very timely skill shot. And not skill shot, but like skill utilized by Zach. Melon has her rough waves right now. He's waiting for that time to go in. This will be the time. Retribution will be on the favor of Zach. Zach having a pretty good game so far, bringing them up in terms of net worth by 2K. Miracle Gaming SG having a better start. He took down one turret, took down 2 turtles, actually, and is in a better position. Let's take a look at itemizations real quick. Earthel already has the Windtalker midway through building up the Berserker Spear, but that will have Judgment onto Ken. Roman Nation gets popped up. They will be picking off Ken easily. Melon knows when to back off. He will not want to engage into that fight. It is a 1-on-3 anyways.
It is tough for Melon Best Fruit to even defy against Miracle Gaming, at least for now. The main thing that they are looking out for right now is to play defensive, but defensive is not going to be the way, as now Ocean Oddity as well as Rough Waves from Melon gets himself away from the hands of Miracle Gaming SG. You're going to have to do everything that he can before he himself goes down. Do note that any death from the side of Melon Best Fruit is going to be very, very bad for them.
Numero
Dipping a
Blast!
connected, not gonna be hitting anyone unfortunately, as now Melon was hoping that he will be able to jump over the backlines, only to be torn apart by the hands of Bearberry. Huang, RWM, locking everyone else from the side of Melon Best Fruit away. Kazitan as well as the Lineator. Once again, only the two of them remain standing, while the middle lane inhibitor turret, the middle lane outer turret still left standing. The rest of Miracle Gaming SG will gonna have to go for a reset.
I didn't see Waryu using his ultimate onto anyone, but it would be a lot smoother if Numenon Blast was taken in by that Valentina and re-engaging with the robot manipulation, because they are protective of themselves. 3 members, actually 2 members, Huang and Bearberry, having that Purify. So Numenon Blast connected, but the Purify instantly dissipates that crowd control, giving them the time and opportunity to survive just for a little bit more and counteract that situation. A very, very reactive gameplay coming in from Miracle SG. This might be the miracle that they were looking for. A very, very good start from that game. But hold on a second right here. Waryi, nowhere to run but home, giving it a speed pass all the way back home to the base. But Ken, one more hit. Bearberry.
No problem. Bearberry takes that one down. Kazetan joins in the fight with Barbil, but we are looking at a 1 versus 4.
Oh,
so what
Snow.
exactly can he do right here? Except to bow down over to the hands of Zac. The Lord, yes, it has been resetted. Yes, the top lane has pushed all the way in. But is it all worth it? Will Miracle Gaming SG be able to take down the Lord in time until Melon Best Fruit joins in? Looks like the answer is a yes. 5-10. Top lane, outer, and inner turret completely destroyed, and that was Melon Best Fruit's salvation.
Oh man, that was a very decent trade coming in from Miracle SG. They gave up their top lane turrets, but the expense of that Lord marching down. And it's going to be the top lane that is going to be going down. You can just hear all the players just talking, screaming through my headphones. It was just a lot more vocal than the first game. Like we talked about, it's a little bit of a warm-up game, first game of the day. Oh, Waryu does have the Numenon Blast.
Moonlight
Oh,
completely
Numenon
slowed.
Blast coming in.
Lands on one. The rest of the members collapses onto Ken. Zac hoping to get himself running away, but sooner or later immediately flickers himself on top of Zac. That is 2% taken down from the side of Miracle Gaming SG. They managed to successfully defend the middle lane outer turret while the Lord marches into the top. This way, none of the lanes are going to be pushing in together, and technically speaking, the firepower of Miracle Gaming SG has been weakened.
A little bit of a premature engage coming in for Waryu. You take in the Numenon Blast, but a little bit too quick to act on the engage underneath the turret. Once the turret is up, that might be in a better position for you to contest for anyone else. But they are calling for a pause. It does look like there are a little bit of issues coming through. But let's just take a look at the timing right now. Melon's Best Fruit, they're not far behind from Miracle SG with 1k gold behind. So at any point of time, they are able to surge their way up still. On that note, it does look like Beatrix 4-0 and 2 so far does have a little bit more damage coming through, and in the later stages of the game, which is right now, it will be Beatrix's time to shine. So Melon's Best Fruit, or no, on the other end of the spectrum, Miracle SG, they need to know that Beatrix is the main target priority. So once you take Beatrix down, you open up a lot more opportunities for you to counter-engage on a lot of those team fights. As long as Beatrix is alive, you are going to be going down, and going down fast, because the damage from Beatrix is just immense.
I think looking for opportunity is very difficult for Moonlight, because time and time again, we can definitely understand that that is what Kaja is trying to go for, right? But I think that Kaja has been, kind of like jittery, very itchy for some action. Not exactly the bushwhack position that we usually see, hiding inside the brushes, taking control of a certain region within the jungle. Someone comes in, drag and pull. That is not exactly a playstyle of Moonlight so far. So. Perhaps he's got another way of playing. So far, it's just flicker in and immediately pulling out, which is a very standard way of doing things. But I think that, you know, there should be some kind of element of surprise coming in, especially when we're talking about Kaja. So at least both teams, they have the same kind of element of surprise, whereas they're able to take control of brushes. They can do the same kind of mental damage over to the opponent, as long as the Kaja is gone or Kadita is gone.
Let's take a look at itemizations real quick. It does look like Beatrix is slowly building up the Hunter Strike as well as maybe a Wind of Nature just to mitigate some of the damage and get her survivability up so far. But Miracle Gaming SG, I can't discount the fact that Bearberry's damage is starting to show, and Huang is being such a nuisance. And with Moonlight there, opening the brushes for that Kadita and seeking out Melon wherever he is or wherever he might be seems to be a little bit easier on them. But it does seem like Miracle Gaming SG, they are very hyper-aggressive right now. All of them, they are showing themselves wherever there is. Divine Judgment connects onto Ken.
It doesn't seem like Moonlight will be able to do quite much from the side of the Divine Judgment, but Kaze went all the way over to the side and did manage to drop Wayu all the way down to his liver. But this pretty much means that there will be one person down from the side of Melon Best Fruit. As now Melon was hoping that he will be able to snipe Bearberry down. That effort, unfortunately, will be gone. And sooner or later, will be popping the Mini Bruce Passion as a way of retreat for Melon.
Oh, Melon still has his Petrify, so I'm not sure why he's saving that Petrify just for Bearberry, maybe for an escape mechanism or what have you, but that was a good pick-off or good potential pick-off. The idea was there. The idea was there. If you take off Bearberry, that gives a lot of space for Melon's Best Fruit to fight front to back. But right now, Lord is being started on. Zach already doing that Lord dance. Sooner or later, NK Kaze is going to be rotating towards that Lord. Lord might be reset now. Miracle Gaming SG a lot more patient right now, knowing that Melon's Best Fruit, they are anywhere. They can be anywhere, and that is the potential that they don't want to risk. That is the start of the Lord yet again. All ultimates up. Moonlight not showing himself. A little bit more of a bushwhack. Okay, Lord just gave up his position. Reconnaissance efforts from Miracle Gaming SG.
Moonlight's HP is not very healthy now, after getting cleaved by the Lord a couple of times. Wayu not in a very good position.
Oh, bottom lane though.
Down in bottom lane, two-person completely sees it down by the hands of Zac, Melon, and sooner or later taken down in the hands of Miracle Gaming SG. Where's the rest of the members? From the side of Melon Best Fruit, it kind of seems as though Ken is waiting. Wolf, Phenomenal Blast, lands on everyone else, and here comes Papa coming in from Kazakhstan. He was hoping that he would be able to cleave everyone else out of the world, and Huang is going to be the first one to bite the dust as Ken joins in back to the action. Another charge!
Will it be? Will it be? The Savage! And the Lord goes into the hands of Kaze.
Absolutely.
Savage. Absolutely mental.
Insanity coming from the hands of Melon Best Fruit. We don't even need to talk too much about what exactly happened, but look at this well-orchestrated game from Melon Best Fruit.
Just hold on a second right here. Let's take a look at where Miracle Gaming SG, where the priority is that Kaze, Wolf, and Ken all together, but Miracle SG, they seek out sooner or later, the Beatrix and the Melon taken out easily. And right now, they think they're safe. They think that they have the opportunity. Ken, though, moves a little bit too far out of the brush and taking it down, starting out that fight. But Wolf lands a nice, clean 4-man Numeron Blast. Kaze just layering in all of those team fights, though. And take a look at where Ken is. Ken jumps right back into the fray. Kaze deals the damage again, layering in so much team fights. That is a triple kill over there. Ken easily taken down. And Savage with the Lord in their possession.
And after all of that has went on, Kazetan understandably will have a lot of gold in his bank. Probably more than enough to drive a HDB all around the block, but one thing's for sure is that he's got 43,000 gold in the side of Melon Best Fruit. He's got 11,000, see? 11,000
Oh man, that is
lot of money.
a lot of money. A lot of money. Even more, like enough money by BTO. In fact. Winner Nature already built up by Beatrix, but let's look at Miracle Gaming SG. Irithel, though, still has a little bit of a defensive item. Oh, hold on a second right here. Moonlight pops that Divine Judgment onto sooner or later, but will not be able to dash across the wall. A little bit of a premature ultimate used up for Moonlight. But I won't discount the fact that Yve is dealing a lot of hassle over to Melon's Best Fruit. Whenever a crystal is dropped, the slow coming in is crazy. Is crazy. Get it?
KZ. KZ?
KZ? Kaze, KZ? Ah, man. You don't, it sucks. I mean, the cringy jokes coming in. Okay, but Melon's Best Fruit, 3K gold lead just from that Savage alone and just from that Lord pickup. They need to be able to capitalize on the situation, which they already did. Only one turret standing on the side of Miracle Gaming SG. Right now, Melon's Best Fruit, best bet is to starve the rest of Miracle Gaming SG of any other potential farm. And that means covering in all of their jungles. But look at Melon and look at Sooner or Later. A little bit more on the bottom end. To protect the President for the side of Melon's Best Fruit, they know that Sooner or Later has the damage that they need to go through to the later stages of the game, like ultra late game. But Wolf now does have the Numeron Blast, just waiting in for that right time. And when Wolf is in the vicinity, Miracle Gaming SG needs to be wary that at any time they will be locked down just from one Numeron Blast. But take a look at where Sooner or Later and Melon is, not showing themselves.
Okay.
A recon team.
Hoping you go for a taunt. Knock up Phils. Lord.
Oh.
14,000 HP. Moonlight a little bit too premature with his flicker.
Webview.
Divine Judgment is still holding on. He did not manage to land it on Kaze, but unfortunately this time Kaze is the land him into a hit of himself. Backline, Bearberry. HP dropped all the way down, but sooner or later now takes the mantle, getting himself a triple with the Lord moving down all the way.
Moonlight, just no one
It's still
is just
alive.
betting an eye on Moonlight because
Yes,
they do have some
buying
minions
time.
going in
Buying
on that
time.
top lane. It's just buying some time, but not
Wait,
enough.
not enough.
Oh, what is happening?
What's this?
They're aiming on that throne,
The Lord.
but that whole fight.
No one cares about the Lord right now as we move the camera all the way down top. That's
Melon's
it.
Best Fruit.
Melon Best Fruit getting himself the win against Miracle Gaming SG.
GG. Well played. What a game, Abstract. That shot call, that patience that Sooner or Later has with Melon, just waiting in that brush and just showing themselves. And that was what I was talking about, just bushwhacking, not showing yourselves at all. And MVP goes over to Kaze, solidifying their spot in the grand finals, sending Miracle Gaming SG to third place with a Savage as a Happy Meal bundle. But let's not discount the fact that Miracle Gaming SG, what a journey they have been on. 2 weeks of non-stop battling and just constantly trying to adapt themselves to all the situations that come up. But unfortunately, on that final fight, Melon's Best Fruit had the better of them. So GG, well played to both teams, and congratulations to Melon Best Fruit. We will see you in the grand finals. Abstract, how are you feeling right now?
Devastated, definitely devastated when it comes down to looking at semifinals, right? Because when it comes down to semifinals, there will always be one team that wins and they will move on. One team that unfortunately will get wiped out. They will not be able to move on. And in this case, Miracle Gaming SG is the one that unfortunately will go home.
I'm very thankful though, I gotta say, because after all this bouts and fights, I am very comfortable in my automail chair. I'm actually wearing like the same colorway as my automail chair. It comes in 2 colors. The cloth, this is actually the cloth variation. Yep. It's gray, and then it's in the alpha. Can you see that? It's alpha, just like myself. I'm an alpha male.
I'm not.
You are. But it comes in 2 variations. The alpha one is for smaller guys like me and Abstract. We are tiny. I might look big, but I'm actually tiny. We're pretty much the same height and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, when we were talking about height, yeah, that is the main
he
thing that we're
wears
looking at.
platforms. He wears Abstract wears platform
Don't call me
shoes.
out.
I am gonna call you out for giving 2 inches to your height, but it comes in 2 variations. Alpha is one of them. We have the Legends one that is a little bit bigger for all you bigger guys or girls out there. So, with that being said, I hope you guys stay comfy in your own chairs back home because we are gonna be taking a short break. And when we're back, semifinals, Series 2.
Never mind. Don't worry. Never say die. Let's go on. Bow, bow, bow. See, I told you I wanted a great one. No, 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 wait, no! Ah!
Hey guys, Potato here from Zion Esports, and today I'm going to show you how you can purchase Mobile Legends Bang Bang Diamonds with Razer Go Singapore Wallet. Step 1. Pull out your phone and go to go.razer.com. Step 2. Tap on the Mobile Legends Bang Bang thumbnail and you'll be taken to this screen. Step 3. Enter all your relevant information as prompted on the screen. You can also select or check out with Razer Go Wallet. And that's it, you can now go ahead and get your favorite skin for your hero.
Yeah, I told you I wanted a great one. Go, 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 wait, no!
Hey guys, Potato here from Zion Esports, and today I'm going to show you how you can purchase Mobile Legends Bang Bang Diamonds with Razer Gold Singapore Wallet. Step 1. Pull out your phone and go to go.razer.com. Step 2. Tap on the Mobile Legends Bang Bang thumbnail and you'll be taken to this screen. Step 3. Enter all your relevant information as prompted on the screen. You can also select or check out with Razer Gold Wallet. And that's it, you can now go ahead and get your favorite skin for your hero.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to E Delta League, organized by the Singapore Police Force and the National Crime Prevention Council. My name is Churros, and this is Santa Abstract, bringing you a holly jolly Christmas, or pre-Christmas, with some Mobile Legends. I hope you guys are having a good time. If you're just joining us, we are going to be watching semifinals game 2 against Fate and Aspects.
Aspects. Don't say it wrong. It's aspects, not abstracts. But yeah, you guys get the deal. Of course, before we even kickstart the second semi-final series, we're gonna give a huge thank you and shout out over to our partners and sponsors. We're gonna thank you to Toadboard, Moonton, Invicta, Razer Gold. We've got Automel as well. Let's definitely not forget about that as well.
It's comfortable.
Yeah. What we do have right now is the alpha ones. So his one is like the soft ones, you know, the fabric ones, and mine is the leather one. Both of which are absolutely comfortable.
I got the better chair, though.
No, mine is a better chair.
Mine's the better chair.
No, mine's a better chair.
It's the better chair. I matched my chair.
You wanna go?
You want to go?
You wanna go right now?
Sure.
Both of our chairs are good. Oh, okay.
No, but you know, hey, let's go back to where we were at. Yeah, the Automill chair is great. If you're still thinking of finding a present for your loved ones and stuff like that, why not the Automill chair? I think it's a good chair. It comes at $469. Very nice number.
Yep. But main thing is that these are super comfortable. Of course, you've got an omnidirectional. You can do completely 4D, I think. Yeah,
It's like fully hydraulic kind
yeah,
of.
it's like up, down, tilt left, tilt right, and of course push left, push right. So you've got literally everything on the armrest, no matter how you want your configuration to be. It is right there. And of course, let's not forget the most important one.
You go back all the way. You don't tip over.
Nope. Absolutely love it.
Power of Automill. Power of Automill.
Get one for yourself right now, today.
Or, you know, hey, when it's a Christmas season, it's the season of giving.
Yep.
Get one for your friends.
Get one for
Or
yourself
ask
as
your
well.
ask your parents to get one for you. That's a good
That's a
deal.
Christmas gift.
That's a Christmas gift.
That's a
a good
Christmas
deal.
gift.
Yeah, you know, Santa is gonna be coming early
Yep.
today. But okay, that being said, let's jump straight to what we think will be happening in the games. Fate versus Aspects.
I already have my predictions in.
Okay. What's
Okay.
your prediction?
I think one of these teams is going to go to grand finals.
Of course we know that, and one of the teams are going to be placed third, right?
Yes. 100%.
100%.
Yeah. We've got
100%.
very good predictions, dude. it's all about them predictions.
Oh man.
And of course, this is E-Data League after all. It's not going to change a lot when it comes down to, you know, what we have been doing throughout the league versus what we have been doing right now. Is that I'm only on TikTok.
Yeah,
So-
we are on TikTok.
Yeah, we
so
are on TikTok.
We're going to be looking at some of the TikTok comments, and we're going to be answering them if they are answered. Or we will give you a shout out if we see some interesting things. Tell us in the comment section right now if you're on TikTok, or if you're right here, you can just shout it out if I
Yep.
hear you on my headphones, maybe we can answer them
Yep. I mean,
right at the
yeah.
spot.
Ref did say that Daniel Zhang is at the venue. Where's Daniel Zhang?
Oh, Daniel Zhang.
Where's Daniel Zhang?
Huge shout out to Daniel Zhang. Who is Daniel Zhang? Oh,
Where's Daniel Zhang?
everyone is Daniel Zhang.
No, your name is Sinks. You ain't
man.
fooling anyone.
We can't pull the camera over to them, but I don't know. Daniel Zhang is in the venue.
Can shift the camera to someone wearing a Pikachu hat. We don't have anyone with a Pikachu hat.
Maybe he's in KFC. We had this short banter about KFC and Jollibee.
And Arnold's?
You have about Arnold's?
What about Arnold's?
No, KFC and Jollibee.
What about them?
It's like Jollibee is better than KFC, and I was like on stream. I said no, KFC is much better than Jollibee.
No, Jollibee is better than KFC.
Oh my gosh! And the producer said what? KFC
What
is
the-
better than Jollibee. Haha, haha.
What?
A virtual fist bump to my producer right there. Shout out to En.
Where have you guys been eating your KFC? Let me know right now. I'll go over.
I think there's KFC right here.
Is
We're
it good?
not sponsored.
Not sponsored.
We're not sponsored by KFC whatsoever, but they should. You know, they should. They should. You know, lifetime free KFCs. Who wouldn't want that?
I want to sponsor from McDonald's.
You want to sponsor from McDonald's? That seems like a pretty good deal. It seems like a pretty good deal.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Shaker
drop,
fries.
drop them an email right now. You know, the personal, personal stuff. I personally love McDonald's, and I think that the people that are close to me probably knows about that as well. Do you know that I love McDonald's? Yeah, he's kind of like shaking his head away.
And tell us what fast food chain you like, because right now it's 5 o'clock. It's almost dinner time. We are a tad bit hungry. We can't go anywhere. We're stuck in this comfortable automail chairs just for a little bit longer. It will be a best of 3 series against Fate and Aspects with a question mark. It's not Aspects.
Yeah,
It's
it is
Aspects.
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 We'll
Aspects.
yeah, you're gonna say that every time.
We'll try our best.
We'll try our best.
It's always a statement, but it was never a question.
It was always a question.
And apparently we've got that. Apparently Aspects got a 10 kill. So everything is gonna be a question mark. It's like
Everything
we're doubting
will be.
ourselves in every single statement as long as we're talking about Aspects.
Okay.
Huh?
Okay, that's the deal.
Ah,
That's the deal for this
that's the
cast.
deal.
It's gonna be
Okay,
we're gonna be a fun cast.
So whoever says Aspects as a statement, there must be some kind of forfeit, huh?
Tell us what you want the forfeit to be in the comment section right here.
Or there, or wherever it is, all right?
Okay, well, enough talk, Abstract, because we are going into the game with Fate and Aspects.
Not bad.
Not bad. Not bad at all. Aspects on the blue side
And
and
Fate.
Fate on the red side.
The first draft and first ban is going to be a Valentina being thrown over. What?
Valentina?
No. Valentina is not a question mark. There's no question mark in Valentina. Valentina.
Okay.
That's a Fanny.
What's your command?
And of course, we're still wondering what is the last ban coming from Aspects.
Valentina is a very good band over here, or a very decent band. I don't really see Valentina much in the band pool in previous ranked games, but I mean, this competitively, maybe there is a very good Valentina player on the side of Fate. But you know, always game number 1 is more or less pretty much test water. What is the strategy that both teams want to employ? How will both teams respond? Aspects picks up the Kaja. Very decent ban. Bans out the Kaja, and it is a very decent ban. You don't want to deal with the suppression coming in from the Divine Justice. Fate on the other side is going to be banning out the Joy because of the fact that it's going to be annoying in the early game. 1-1 is going to get picked up. I like the 1-1 a lot. Coming from the side of Aspects.
I'm sorry.
What's wrong with you?
No, I'm a bit too distracted over this weird thing on my head. What is this?
Well, you're distracted. You should put back your Christmas hat because Clint finally is going to be showing up against this 1-1. Now, if you guys don't know, there is a small adjustment to Clint. So his passive has a little bit of a adjustment in terms of damage. So it's 50 damage plus true damage plus physical attack damage, total physical attack damage, and his range for the ultimate grenade bombardment is going to be slightly longer. So him landing his bombardment strikes is going to be a lot more potent
Your
than before.
team
But
is
Jen
banished.
is going to be picking up the Matilda for himself. Ren on their side, going to be picking up the Fredrin. Another Fredrin game, so Fredrin's going to be 100% pick
So
every
far.
single game so,
So
far. Scythe is going to be picking up the Terizla. And I do like that pick a lot. Maybe he is comfortable with that pick.
Perhaps.
It
Among
deals
the
very
planes
well. It's pretty much
exists
a lane
your
bullying
team
E3
is
lane.
banning,
And the second phase of the
which
ban,
I was
Yves
made
is going to go
for.
off. And I don't know why Aspects hasn't really
My pleasure.
been thinking
Your
of
team is
Yves so far,
picking.
because it has been very pinnacle in the earlier stages. And these guys, they've been here earlier to watch the games. The earlier game between Miracle and Melon's Best Fruit. So right now, Karina off the tables. Fate is going to be
Your
picking up the
team is
Hayabusa.
picking.
I do like the Hayabusa a lot. I think Aspect should have a suppressive kind of hero coming in, or someone with a very reliable stun, sort of like a Ruby, and face off an assassin with an assassin. Oh.
Oh.
Oh, okay, okay.
Wow,
Oh,
okay.
wow, okay. I
Oh.
do like the Martis
Your
though.
team
What do you think?
is picking.
I think the entire lineup of Aspects is kind of scary. The way that you look at things, all of these heroes have got very, I mean, they are 100% meta at certain points in time, and
Yeah.
they are all being mishmashed together. 1-1 considered as one of the best marksmen in this current patch to a certain extent, right? We've got Matilda, that was one of the scariest aggro roaming support.
Yes.
Fredrin, of course,
Very strong tank.
very strong tank,
Very strong meat shield. He's staying
very
in there.
versatile.
As much as you hit him, he's going to be hitting you back twice
Yes.
as hard. Faramis off the tables for a long period of time, and right now not even batting an eye. And all of them is getting off the tables. But I'm very interested in this pick right here, the Belleric.
Belleric.
This is the Belleric's debut. It works very well with 1-1 because every single time you have a strike, he procs his passive and deals damage back at the aggressor, especially when you deal basic attack damages. So Belleric is a pretty much balanced counter when it comes down to 1-1, but it is slow. So when you're slowed down, 1-1 has a much easier time trying to pop
Welcome
a little
to
bit more
Mobile
weakness
Legends.
points. But ladies and gentlemen, enough about that. Let's jump straight into
5
game
seconds
aspects
till the
on the
enemy
blue
reaches the
side and
battlefield.
Fate on the
Smash
red
them.
corner.
This is definitely gonna be quite a wild card from the side of Fate. I don't really have a very good idea. Like, yes, I can theorize how Fate is gonna play, but there's definitely a couple of questions off of my side and how that is really gonna be like. Look at the crazy amount of spikes and thorns that are just sprouting out of Zinc that Jen just can't exactly poke very efficiently. In the end, Aspects is still capable of really dropping Zinc's HP down to less than 50% HP, and they should be able to get themselves quite a bit of a control over by the Little Wanderer. However, Martis is nowhere around, and doesn't seem like Aspects is really interested in taking down the Little Wanderer.
Scythe, Ren, a little bit of a skerfuffle up top lane.
Wow.
Scythe will be dealing a lot more damage.
Wow.
The burst, oh, will it explode? It will. First blood goes over the side, very well, methodically placed first skill, and that was enough to solidify him and send him to the graveyard just for a little while.
I guess-
Right now, Aspects though,
Terizla pick is definitely uncalled for, but yet it's working. Having a Terizla outright win against
what
a...
just-
Oh, what? There's fast games coming in from Aspects. It is 1-1 at this point in time. In the meantime, Jen is here. It is, of course, opening up the brushes as much as possible. He's just going to go face-to-face with Fate, that's playing as the Hayabusa. The turtle will be available in 6 seconds in, and really depends on either one of these EXP laners. Are they going to be poking one another so that they would, the opposition would not be able to help in the turtle? Or are both of them just going to be heading over to the turtle ASAP? Kind of seems as though Scythe is just immediately heading over to go for a poke down onto Ren as much as possible.
and we are going to go in for a slight pause. We want the players to settle any technical difficulties they might have. This is still the first game of this series, the semifinal game number 2, the winner of which will go into grand finals. And taking a look at the draft and taking a look at the gameplay, it kind of seems like Faramis, though, not been used to his full potential. Usually when I play with Faramis, I will go hyper aggressive. You
Right.
can't afford to go in, especially when your jungle is a fighter jungle.
Right.
And you can afford to go in straight into the opponent's jungle, starve them of any farm whatsoever. You don't want to play into the late game because it's hyper early game. And this is not what I see Aspects doing at all. So you want to be seeing
Consistent.
more of that, especially when Martis is like a monster in when it comes down to objective taking or neutral objective taking.
Right.
You have a crowd control disable. You can mitigate a lot of the damage effects that come through. You have a execute the decimation from your ultimate. And you have a Matilda by your side who's able to get you in and out of team fights. This is not seen so far from the side of Aspects. And Fate, though, doing everything that they can, especially the Terizla pick coming up top, dealing against the Terizla, might be a direct counter in lane when it comes down to Terizla versus Fredrin. But on the later stages of the game, Terizla falls off a little bit short, not just because that he doesn't have like high scalability in terms of his damage output, but his sustainability when it comes down to the team fights. He really needs to be engaging with his ultimate before letting his teammates come in and layering in all these team fights. And Beleric also, very late game centric hero, has a sustainable heal from his second skill.
Right.
Every time he procs that, he has a little bit of a shield, a heal that sustains him through a little bit more of the team fights. And every single time you do damage to him, he pokes it out with spikes. And what I like about that Clint and that 1-1 matchup in lane is that Clint is able to annoy 1-1 back at her with range, but we'll just have to wait and see how well they play it, because we haven't seen much of a kerfuffle in that early game just yet, because the turtle is right for the taking. Fate taking in that turtle, Retribution pops up, but oh, Zink, his ultimate went in a little bit too late, and Aspects take down 2.
I caught that.
Yes, you did.
Aspects. Huh?
Aspects.
Uh-huh.
The deal is off. I don't
1 is
care.
to 0. 1 is to 0. Okay, but back into the game, one thing's for sure.
Whoa,
the
what just
total.
happened right there?
Oh, wow, okay.
Did you
One.
see that glitch?
No, I didn't.
You just dashed through.
My eyes was kind of like itching, so it actually didn't really see.
That's okay.
It's
Because
okay.
rotation's coming on by Fate.
I think Aspects is definitely going to have a little bit of a problem dealing with Fate, especially since we're looking at a Beleric as well as a Terizla. Having both of these heroes being picked by the side of Aspects is definitely going to be a little bit tough thing for Fate.
Oh,
In the meantime, it is just going to be everything tossed right over to Zink. Loon as well as Jen did whatever that they could to burst down Zink as fast as possible. And it kind of seems as though Aspects actually have got a pretty good idea how to deal with this unorthodox pick.
You just pick him off, right? It's pretty much, once he's out of the table, Clint is wide open. You can capitalize on that situation and go straight for Clint, which is what is happening now. The weakness points won't be popped off. KW really down low. They are tower diving. Jen left one health. One more weakness points. Oh, the top side though, they do take it down. KW will be slain by Joven. Jen is here. One sliver of health, one more hit. Fate from that backside will be able to take him down, but oh man. Aspects just shutting down heroes left and right. Fate, nowhere to run.
5-3. Aspects have got the advantage when it comes down to kills, but when it comes down to the economy, not quite much. Fate is still doing a relatively decent job in keeping themselves afloat. Perhaps this turtle will be able to dictate exactly what happens in the next couple of minutes. As now, Jen, Loon, Ren, as well as Dylan, they're all around the place. Hyde didn't manage to have the Mystic Field on himself, so he will be able to get a quick dash away with no problems whatsoever. Scythe and Zink, they are a little bit too close to one another, but it's okay, because the penalty zone is just all going to be dished right out. The Wrathful Dryad is also going to be scouring throughout of the battlefield. Aspects is not going to be caring about either one of all of these. Fate is going to be finding themselves completely completely taken down and unable to do much against Aspects.
Oh, what a well-placed ultimate right there. I thought that the penalty zone layered in with Belleric's ultimate was able to really counter-engage the fight back to Aspects, but it turns out that Aspects was able to.
Aspects?
This is so annoying, but like yeah, I thought like Aspects wasn't able to counter re-engage with that engage coming in from these two heroes, but Fate come in a little bit too slow with that Hayabusa. So yeah, that was a well-placed fight, and Aspects really need to.
Let's take it away.
Let's just go back to that replay. Let's look at that counter re-engage. So Zinx tries to zone the rest of the members out, but Scythe was the main focus, and what Aspects did very well was to focus onto one hero, and that hero was Scythe. Penalty zone comes back online and layered it in with the Orochi Shadow Kill from Fate, and a little bit too late with that. Because, oh man, Xavier out of position.
Nah, that's a huge yikes from Xavier. Yeah.
Yeah.
We can tell there was a little bit of delay onto himself.
A lot of delay,
Yeah,
actually.
just kind of like walks right in when everyone's like close and is like, let me just pew one. Can you imagine that in real life? Like the opponent just literally.
And
just
then you're
gonna
like, FPS? Yeah, so the picks, the draft, Kaja was banned. We're way past the draft now.
way past it.
So, yeah,
Usually
yeah.
it's like what 2 seconds lag or somewhere around those lines. But this guy 20 minutes lag.
20 minutes
We've
left.
got issues there.
Not that close yet, but I thought like, okay, idea was there. Idea was totally there, right? Layer in penalty zone, layer in Belleric into that as well, and then go straight in. Oh, wait. Is it Glendon? Are you doing that with Glendon? Oh, that's cute. That's cute.
Just gonna you know kind of like have a cute little pet and just kind of like
A little bit of a pat right there. Oh, bubble tea. Oh, I like bubble tea. He's pointing to us. Is he gonna give us bubble tea as well?
I don't know. I can't drink tea.
Really?
I can't drink tea.
Why is that so? Tell the audience back home.
It all boils down
Is
to
it like Cyclops?
no. It all boils down to green tea and alcohol.
You prefer alcohol?
No, I couldn't drink both of them for like 6 months after having a really
I
huge
understand
puke.
alcohol, but tea
Like I
is
did,
presumably good for you.
I disliked tea from the start, right? I disliked tea from the start.
Yeah.
And then I was, kind of like drinking games and such, drink alcohol with tea, and then
Yeah.
I hated it. I puked. From that point on, I can't drink alcohol for 6 months. The moment I take a sip of it, I immediately puke. And from tea, and for tea, once I smell green
It's just
tea,
like
gag
bitter,
reflex.
that's why you don't like tea.
Yes.
It's just because it's bitter. You don't like the bitter
No.
tasting stuff.
No. I just can't drink tea. Like, it would gag me.
It will gag you.
Yes. I would actually puke.
All right, good to
Especially
know.
green tea.
But speaking of tea, the penalty zone from Terizla, there seems to be like a little bit of a small glitch to it. He doesn't like swing his hammer and slam it down.
Uh-huh.
He just sort of like, he teleports to the penalty zone. Like
Huh.
yeah. If you notice
So
that,
it's kind of like
later,
an instantaneous, instant gratification.
not that, not an instant gratification. Actually, it's sort of like a small delay, and then
Uh-huh.
he sort of like he has this animation, and he like just swings in. Very nice with the automobile chair with the wheels too, like, helping me through. But like, yeah, speaking of like that, the skins from all the games, like Beatrix, doesn't really have like I haven't really seen like the M4 skin being played out by any of the Beatrixes
Right.
just yet.
Right.
But you know what's good? It's when you get your diamonds from. And Razor Gold right now has 18% diamond rebate. I think was right. No, it's 8% rebate in terms of the price
Ah,
you pay.
okay,
for
okay.
When you buy diamonds on Razor Gold
So you get more.
to get more gold, and it's 18% more diamonds. I'm saying gold and diamonds, but 18% more diamonds when you purchase diamonds from Razor Gold. It's so confusing, gold and
So-
Razor-
so you
and
kinda-
know, and one more thing,
Uh-huh,
there is
uh-huh.
a silver as well.
Oh, yeah,
And
yeah, that
silver
I
is
know.
a Razor silver
Razor Silver, yes.
membership or something like that.
Well,
right?
technically speaking, every purchases you make with Razor Gold,
Yeah.
you receive a Razor Silver. So the more you
Oh.
do these purchases
So
with
you
Razor
purchase
Gold,
diamonds with Razor Gold to get Razor Silver and
Yes.
some diamonds in your
yes,
game.
yes. So yeah, technically speaking, exchanging Razor Gold for diamonds, and some of them will be converted into Razor Silver as well. So you accumulate all these Razor Silver. The more you buy with Razor Gold, the more Razor Silver that you have. So in the end of the day, throughout a course of maybe what, a few months
You
of
get
buying
more
with
rebates from the Razor Silver. You can use Razor Silver to get more Razor Gold to get Razor Diamonds. To get, no, MLBB Diamonds. Gold, diamond, silver, bronze.
I'm not exactly sure what you can get
Maybe
or
we can
what
ask Potato.
other things that you can get from the other things you can get from Razor Silver. But one thing I know, you can get Razor peripherals
Yes.
through the accumulation of Razor Silver.
Oh, okay, okay. So you can get Razor Silver to get more Razor products.
Yes.
And speaking of Razor products, I think there is a giveaway as well. The Razor
Oh.
Barracuda X.
Oh.
You stand a chance to win this in a giveaway. All you need is to follow Potato's 3-step rule and sign up for a Razor wallet right now. Or if you're in the venue right now, there's a Razor banner standing at the entrance of this venue. Scan the QR code, sign up for a Razor wallet, and you stand a chance to participate in a giveaway. Razor Barracuda X headphones. Man.
So, what are you guys waiting for? Head over to www.gold.razor.com and of course, check out their website. And if you need more diamonds, you know who to go to. Razor Gold's got your ear.
Razor Goes, got it. Yeah. Oh man, there's so much to talk about and so much to think. I don't know what the players are doing right now. I think they're resetting a little bit of your spikes and pings.
Yes.
I think that might be the reason. What do you guys think? Tell us down in the comment section below, because right now we are going to be doing a little bit more of an audience interaction. Both of us will be reading this. Can I also say, oh, all of them are just talking about ranks.
Yeah.
We're
So
going
the-
back into the game, guys. Going back into the game. I hope everything is all fixed up aspects. Looks like they're taking down the mid lane turret. I don't know what happened before that, but it does seem like they have already 9 kills to their name. 5 minutes into the game, 14.9, 16k gold for the side of Aspects, and Fate has 14.6. Fate is down by 1k gold. This itemization is coming through. 1-1 already has the Corrosion Scythe, building up the Demon Hunter Sword, and all you need for the Clint is the Endless Battle. With the Endless Battle, you are able to proc some true damage hits onto your enemies, but does look like down to rotations Aspects are slightly on the advantageous end because they do have that speed, they do have the mobility, they do have the ability and the potential for turret diving, but it does look like Ren, gets out in the nick of time. Fate goes in with a Rishi Shadow kill, would not be able to get that kill. One more hit.
I think so.
Oh, caught ambulance,
nope.
but
The
not for
explosion.
me, because
Bottom
down
lane.
bottom lane. Oh my lord, oh my goodness.
The roar coming in from the audience shows us exactly how exciting this game is between Aspects and Fate. Bottom lane, outer turret destroyed. Top lane, outer turret also destroyed. A 1-for-1 coming in from both of these teams with Aspects just a tad bit above of Fate. And now they will be pressing the advantage. The purple buff will be stolen away by the hands of Aspects, and Fate unfortunately would not be able to do much for themselves.
Slowly but surely though, Joven Chan will have that damage showing when it comes down to team fights. Fate just needs to find a way to gate it through. Oh my Lun chasing down the Terizla. Oh, the taunt comes in.
Yikes.
Ren takes down Scythe. And the turtle getting started up by KW.
Good assist.
Aspects getting total control of the jungle right now and total control of that turtle pit. Nothing much that Fate can do. The turtle going down to the hands of Aspects. Oh, layering into the fight, Ren.
As you slowly see Fate getting pulled into the hands of Aramis. Immediately popping the Cult's Altar, but they're not exactly making full use of the Cult Altar, unfortunately. So with the Cult's Altar disappearing, dissipating, and, well, unfortunately not much value, Fate now has to suffer the fate of just defending against these 5 members. As long as they are able to find a couple of these opportunities, the better it would be. The Ballistas that's just going to be marching in the middle lane and the top lane ought to be a little bit too much for Fate to defend against. And now they have lost the middle lane in the turret, and they're gonna have to go for a reset. What exactly should they be doing here? 7 minutes and 50 seconds in, with the lock coming in 70 seconds, what can they do?
Well, the textbook says just to maximize your farm, take in as many minions as possible. And Aspects knows this. So what they need to be trying to do is to choke them out of any possible farm. So you delay Fate's time and space to the most maximum. But every single time, I mean, Xavier looks good on paper, but it's super, super late game. You need at least an enchanted talisman. But hold on a second. Ren starts off the fight, taunting all of them. Mystic Field locks them down. Penalty zone!
Penalty zone connects on the 4-man. All the torches are going to go right in. The Dryas Wrath is also going to be emerging off the battlefield. While all my loot is going to be final man available. The decimation was used, but it's not going to do much for Aspects. While Fate claimed all of the bust of the heads of Aspects.
That was just crisp. Look at that. I mean, the replay will be coming in really, really soon. Let's just break down what happened. So Ren came in, started out with a taunt. Mystic Field locks down onto 4 in the penalty zone, and layered in with Belleric's ultimate. That was just crispy. It was more than just crispy. That was like KFC Parmesan truffle on steroids, and that was just insane. An insane wipeout coming in from the side of Fate. This opens it up. The penalty zone yet again, right into that fray. The call alter being popped up, but on the backline though, Ren finally takes down Joven Chan a little bit too slow, but Ren going in straight for the backline for Hai is all alone. Jen tries to chase it down, but Lun going for the backline. But on the side of Aspects though, you have Fate trying to bring down as much as possible, but Fate is a little bit too close for comfort. Gets taken down by, oh my lord. 13, 1-1, and that Lord to his name.
The Lord gonna be down by the hands of Aspects, and Fate will unfortunately not have an answer for this at all. Aspects currently have roughly around 3,000 gold on top of Fate, and this is definitely not an easy defense for Fate. They are losing in terms of gold. They don't have a lot of security in their own jungle. They gotta have to be really careful with everywhere they go. Even though Fate do have an EXP laner that actually worked really well against Fredrin, right now the scaling is just going to be going against the tides of Fate. Scaling is just not up to par, while Aspects is just growing in terms of that scaling. The tempo was there, but they lost it. Now with the Lord marching in the middle lane, bottom lane is slowly but surely pushing in. The inner turret in the top lane is going to be under siege, but the main part of Aspects, they're just going to be jumping onto sides first. The decimation assault, or rather the decimation, is just going to be just enough to bring sides down. It is a 1-for-1, but oh my Loon is going all the way over to the back lines. He's still going to be taken down, and I'm not too sure why exactly they're just going to be jumping in like that, even when the Lord hasn't even made his entry.
Well, Omar Lun is a man on a mission. He can't afford to do that. 15 kills, 2 deaths to his name. As long as KW survives and take down all of the objectives, you need to be able to convert all these small, effective kills. Because Joven, at any point in time, is the win condition for the side of Fate. And Fate knows this. For their side, all they need to do is protect Joven and let him stand in the back lines. Omar Lun is not going to be letting that happen as easily, because he's going to be going straight to that backline, always finding out those easy targets. As long as you're alone, best be sure Omar Lun is going to hunt you down. Let's look at my itemizations really, really quick right here. Hayabusa does have the Blade of Heptases and the Endless Battle slowly building up.
It's a little bit slow though.
A little bit too slow on this time, but Xavier though, this is the first time I see a Xavier without the Enchanted Talisman, a little bit slow on that Dawning Light. Usually people get the Enchanted Talisman to spam your Dawning Light. You have a spammable ultimate, but it does look like Hai is going to be getting a lot of damage right there. Fate jumping in, Zinc.
A lot of taunt going all around the place as Ren was hoping that he will be able to get a smash down with his
KW!
3 members down! Almost immediately. The 4th man will bite the dust as well. 23-11, Joven Chan unfortunately will be the last man standing, but let's be honest here, it is a man against the world, and what can he possibly do except to throw a couple of shuttlecocks over to the opponents? There's nothing he can do as he watches the world burn.
The screams from the players, just music to my ears. A well-deserved victory for Aspects. Was it Aspects?
Was it Aspects?
Did Aspects win?
We don't know, but one thing's for sure, Aspects did manage to win himself game number 1 of the semi-final series.
Of course, the MVP goes over to Oh My Lun. Take a look at his itemizations. Just going pure damage. Malefic Roar, Blade of Despair, the Berserker's Fury, Endless Battle, all true damage and critical strikes all across the board. Nothing to do. This is a man on a mission. Nothing left to say. He came here to play. This guy, the only thing hotter than him is probably Mei.
is literally just chowing down like a hungry toddler. Whoever they sees is, yup, that's mine. And yup, that's mine. Yup, that's mine. Everything is just going into the bellies of All My Loon, eating everyone else alive. With a total of 34%
man.
total hero damage. And he's actually doing very darn well when it comes down to objective as well. 46% total turret damage, while KW with 35%. So this guy literally top of the charts for almost everything.
We can't discount the fact that Joven Chan and Hai from the side of Fate did a very, very good job trying to hold their own, trying to deal as much damage as they can, but unfortunately not enough because they stayed into the early game a little bit too long. You need to be able to scale up as fast as you can, but it does seem like Aspects, they do have a little bit of things to work out. I mean, they could have ended it a little bit earlier than I think what happened in the previous game. Remember we talked about the aggression coming in from Aspects? Maybe they were playing a little bit more defensively, trying to understand how Fate operates with their own rotations. But knowing now that when they pick up a Hayabusa, you have a little bit more of the aggression, especially when you have the first baby neutral objectives like the Lethal Wanderer, and that's usually the time where the two teams start to clash for the first time.
Right.
It does seem like Oh My Lun, he got this going on. He has his method, and that method is just to farm it up. Try to get level 4 as fast as you can, and then snowball all your way through. But, you know, these two teams, they need a little bit of time to organize, restructurize, go draft yourselves another blueprint because we're not out of the woods just yet. 2 more games, 2 potential games still coming up for Fate. And Aspects?
Aspects?
And we'll be coming up right after this break. See you guys.
Hey guys, Potato here from Zion Esports, and today I'm going to show you how you can purchase Mobile Legends Bang Bang Diamonds with Razer Go Singapore Wallet. Step 1, pull out your phone and go to go.razer.com. Step 2, tap on the Mobile Legends Bang Bang thumbnail and you'll be taken to this screen. Step 3, enter all your relevant information as prompted on the screen. You can also select or check out with Razer Go Wallet. And that's it, you can now go ahead and get your favorite skin for your hero.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to E Delta League Grand Finals Day. We are midway through the semi-finals game 2 between Aspects and Fate.
Of course, it has definitely come down to the point that we have Aspects waiting to win one more game. Just one more game. And then they move on over to the grand finals. But of course, Fate is standing in the way. At least for game number 1, Fate did definitely show us quite a performance. When we are looking at the laning and everything else, Terizla did swimmingly in his lane. When it comes down to all the other lanes, you know, maybe there's a bit of a shuffle, like you always say, scuffle.
I learned that from Jace.
Oh,
But
really?
speaking of Jace, he's already in Indo right now. He's going to be on M4, our very own Singaporean caster. And his personal mentee, he's so proud. He's like a proud dad. But let's jump straight into the game before talking a little bit more about Jace later on. But Mortis is going to get banned out. A little bit of a respect ban coming in from Mortis.
Yep.
You come close to me. Come on.
I shy.
Come on, man. We're brothers from another mother. 2 peas in pod.
Yeah.
Bananas in pajamas. Joy is going to get taken off, sitting in the bench as well. Aspects are going to be respecting the 1-1 on their end. Actually, both teams are pretty much equal in terms of the micro mechanics that they have so far. But I think what is... Oh, and the Terizla as
wow.
well. Very, very respectful of Aspects. Aspects?
Aspects?
Over to the side of Fate. Like, they don't want to give Terizla over to the side of Fate because of the EXP kind of thing. But Eve is still open.
And the Valentina is open as well.
Yeah,
Leonward is open as well. There's actually...
right now, I'm not a big fan of Valentina.
You're not a big fan?
No.
Just because of the Terrify...
just because of that.
Terrify nerf.
It is a adjustment. They call it an adjustment, but I think it's a
Okay,
nerf.
then what's the buff? What's the buff? Because if they call it adjustment, that means that something's nerfed and something's buffed.
Because she's already overpowered to begin with. So they adjusted her to be a little bit less overpowered.
Sure. Okay.
But like,
Gotcha.
yeah, like just the Terrify alone would change a lot of the mechanics that they have. But Aspects are starting it with the Kaja and the Kagura.
Okay.
I do like that. I do like the pick a lot. It's very, very pick-off centric, very
Yep.
bushwhack kind of strategy that they might be able to go for. So Fate needs to be able to find a way to open up the brushes, open up the jungles, and they are going to be answering it with the Leomord and the Yuzhong. I love the Leomord pick and the Yuzhong going straight for the back line. They know that the win condition for either side is the marksman. So that being said, there is certain trade-offs. You have 2 fighter tanks or fighter heroes with a lot of burst damage and sustain going straight in, but the
Oh!
Fanny narrowly escapes and shimmies her way out of the ban pool to be in the hand of Aspects.
So, just from this pick, coming in from the side of Aspects, we are looking at a Kaja played by Mr. Kylo Ren himself. So, when it comes down to immobilization, it's definitely going to be a problem for many of these members from the side of Fate. But this also means that Valentina has got a great ultimate to steal.
Right.
The Divine Divine Judgment will be able to really lock down on the one person, which is definitely going to be the Fanny, as long as it's able to reach, right? The other thing that we are going to be looking out for is, other than the fact that this Valentina can steal the Divine Judgment and lock down the Fanny, no one else can. So right now, Fate, they're gonna have to submit to their fate and just look for someone that can really either lock down onto this Fanny and probably pick up an Akai, which I'm kind of surprised because because Aspects they didn't ban it.
As well.
I prefer an Atlas. I prefer an Akai. A little bit less mechanic heavy. It's easier for you to pick off on the Fanny, and if the Fanny comes flying over to you, you can just immediately just pop it off with the ultimate.
Well, but it looks like your prayers have been answered
Yeah.
with the Akai pick. You got 1-0 for Abstract for getting it right. Kind of seems like, okay, so Brody is getting picked up. It could be a Popo and Koopa because that is one of the only heroes, or even a Claude, like a late game potential kind of hero. Oh, something different though.
Ow.
Still trying to. Oh no!
Ow.
No, it can't be. It will be. It can't be. Let's go for it. Let's
Come
go
on.
for it.
Come on. Come on. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's
No,
go.
oh, yes,
Let's go.
yes.
Okay. Do
Okay.
it. Do it.
Let's go. The crowd goes wild. The camera can't be shifted, but everyone is happy with that Mia pick. I love the Mia pick, actually. It's actually a monster
Okay.
in the mid to late game because
Uh-huh.
there are new sort of like new new itemizations that can be brought onto Mia.
All right, the
Typically, you-
the new sub item, right?
Correct.
It's
So-
a great, I would say, great pivot.
Correct. Yeah, so usually you play like Mia as a critical build. You build
Right.
the standard Phantom Scarlet, build the
Windtalker.
standard Windtalker, Berserker
Yep.
Fury, and then Malefic Roar, and then
Yes.
another maybe a House Close or Demon Hunter Sword.
Perhaps,
But
yes.
right now you play it like a Claude kind of build.
Right.
So Claude is very melty. So what that means is that these kinds of like marksmen, when you build the Demon Hunter Sword and the Golden Staff,
yes.
you deal a lot of damage with when the enemies have full health, and you have people like you have heroes like Kagura and Fanny to just finish them off.
Yes.
So that's probably
It's
the
kind of like a bruiser marksman.
correct,
Right?
correct. You just bruise them up to a really, really slight tinge of health.
Correct.
And then let your teammates just finish them off because
So,
you deal a lot of health.
it's a very smart idea,
Yes.
right? Because this is a very systematic way of playing from the other aspects.
Correct.
Aspects? So
Aspects.
this is literally a death ball coming from aspects. They don't have to break formation at all.
No.
The Mia will always be behind no matter what. And all you gotta do, stay where you are, start shooting people. And if anyone tries to run away, okay, boom, boom, bow, the Fanny runs out.
But remember also that Aspects has a Bushwhack kind of lineup right there. Besides though, a little bit out of position. The top lane gets
Yikes.
eliminated. Shanks sent to the graveyard just for a little while.
I'm surprised.
The Wanderer is over the hands of Lud, but oh man.
Oh.
The handsy with the cables though.
Still enough.
Dashes her way
Enough.
out of it.
No problem. One thing that I'm actually,
Oh!
whoa, there we go. The weakness of Mia is in the early game, and as long as Mia is able to hold her own in the bottom lane, she's gonna be a-okay. But we are talking about a Brody after all. It's definitely gonna be a tad bit difficult in the gold lane. However, the main thing that I want to take a look about on the side of Fate is the fact that we have a Yu Zhong against a Khalid. And
Yeah.
statistically speaking, Yu Zhong should win a Khalid. But I'm kind of surprised that Yu Zhong actually lost down to Khalid that one time. Yes, I can understand that the quick sandstorm is really annoying, but eventually, hold on. Oh, wait, what?
A little bit of a mitigation of damage coming in, or not enough.
Wait, how does that work? That almost seems like there's no damage at all.
I have no idea. Like no
Oh.
damage from the ultimate. It usually like is the decimation, but the Fanny decimation kind of ultimate going in. But like there was literally no damage. Like
That
she
was-
flew
I-
in,
yeah.
has her first skill activated, and then
I thought
the
it was my
ultimate-
old man eyes.
It wasn't. We're the same age, by the way.
Yes, we were. Are.
Oh, but
yes.
Shanks though.
But,
feeling
yeah.
a little bit low with health.
Char residue, no problem. That is definitely something that we can expect.
Turtle Pit coming right up. Does look like Aspect is in a better position to zone them out of
They're
the
preparing
way.
something here.
Oh,
Up in the top
Shanks.
lane. Oh, doesn't seem like he will be able to get locked right in. Especially since Jen doesn't have the Divine Judgment just yet. Joven Chan all the way down the bottom lane, 1 versus 2. He almost have gotten a kill on the KW. Look at that!
Oh, totally outplayed. But on the other end of the map, though, Shanks finally goes down over the side of Aspect's Fate. Oh, the Raging Sandstorm does not stun Fate. Fate
Doesn't really
does
do
hit the
much.
Retribution.
Uh-huh.
Saying Heavy Spin, tries to zone the rest of them out of the way. Oh, my Lun tries to wait. The
Suppress.
suppression goes down on Fate. Fate, one more hit. Oh, Jen is so low. The side, though, that is a 3-man down over the side of Aspects. But can we just go back to Joven? What was that, man? Like, he just outplayed everyone.
Definitely a big play from Joven. Definitely gonna have to put it out there.
Oh, okay, so he did buy the Brute Force, not the Brute Force,
The
steel-plated
greaves.
leggings. Steel-plated leggings.
Okay, we were close.
Yeah,
I
the
was
steel-plated
close.
leg- so
Steel
it's-
plated leggings versus
has a little
plated
bit more-
greaves. Yeah, pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, tomato, tomato,
Potato,
potato.
potato,
Potato.
potato.
I'm saying potato because he's here. Razor Gold, you know?
Yeah,
ambassador.
Razor Gold. In the meantime,
In the meantime, though.
oh, Ren has actually just picked up the Blade of the Heptases. So that is definitely going to be quite a bit of the damage over to the side of Shanks. You gotta have to be really careful about that for now.
Quite a bit is an understatement.
Quite a
Well, I
bit.
say so myself
Look
because
at that.
hold on a second. Dragonform defensively though does look like he wants to go for a counter re-engage, but Aspects
Jump
on
it.
the other end of the map. Oh, the counter re-engage side won't be able to
Suppress.
escape from KW. Gets the kill.
Fate is here.
Oh,
KW.
All over the map though, but the bottom lane, they do take down KW. KW goes sent to Graveyard, but they do take down 2. That brings their net worth up by 500. Not a lot. I thought I saw 1K.
And now 3-6 is the current scoreline. We're looking at Aspects that have got 5,000 gold on top of Fate. We've got a turtle that will be popping out in 15 seconds time. And both of these teams are definitely gonna be prepared for a big one. But unfortunately, Fate, they don't seem to be able to drive Aspects away from the brushes. As much as what Zinc and Science was trying to do, didn't really quite manage to accomplish it. But one thing that you gotta have to really look out for is this Blade Dancer, Fanny. Oh My Loon piloting the Blade Dancer is definitely really darn annoying, especially when this Fanny has a purple buff. Oh no, it just disappeared. So this is actually the perfect time for Fate to go in.
Oh, the Yin Yang overturn does not connect to anyone. Joven Chan on that backline though. Oh My Lord finally gets that retribution though, but the spin and the cables do take down the rest of them, punishing them. But the backline, Joven Chan, having so much damage.
It's a time.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
3-man!
oh.
Flew up into the sky. Oh My Loon doesn't have a bubble buff for himself at all.
He did pick up a Maniac on that though.
Was it a Maniac?
It was a Maniac.
It was a Maniac.
He just slowly chipped off the backline one
Boy.
by one.
Without a bubble buff.
Without a purple buff,
That is
without
quite a handicap.
anything. He was just holding his own. This is a man on a mission.
Like a
Guns
Ventus.
blazing. He's here to win. He wants to show the world what he
Uh-oh.
can do.
Uh-oh,
Oh,
KW.
no.
Oh,
Let
no.
me down low. Oh, but the toilet bar memories does take down KW, punishing him. You can't take me down. You're going down with me.
It's a 1-for-1 trade. Gold lane for gold lane. Scythe took away the Divine Judgment and is ready to put some punishment over to the side of the Aspects. We're looking at the economy that is pretty close to one another with only about 300 gold differences, so it's not gonna be that big of a deal. The EXP lane has been relatively, well, quiet for the time being, and I'm relatively surprised that Fate is not switching lanes as well. Since Brody has actually managed to bring down the outer turret and bottom lane, normally the gold laner will switch with the EXP. EXP heads down to the bottom lane, and then the gold lane goes up to the top lane. But kind of seems as though both teams, they're preparing themselves for something here. 20 seconds until the turtle's up. Is that what they're trying to go for? Free real estate?
Just hold on and wait for Joven Chan, because all that Dylan needs to do is find Joven Chan. Shanks is going straight for that back line.
KW.
They do hit KW. KW down low. One more health does get shut down by Fate. Oh my Lun. Cables blazing, spinning through. Oh my goodness. The damage from Joven Chan from that back line. That is a statement that Joven Chan is putting out right here. Did he play the previous game though? I remember seeing High, but I think it was subbed out as a substitute. Came in this game. Joven Chan just taking down all that turrets, maximizing all of his farm, maximizing his economy, bringing that late game early. He's dealing so much damage right now. Joven Chan, take a look at this. Oh, the damage! They get suppression coming in from Joven
Chan is fine.
He does.
But
he's
KW,
fine,
oh
though.
look at his attack speed! It's not gonna be stopping all, but the Terrify is gonna be landing on him, and Zinc came in the nick of time as well. The Femia, unfortunately, time after time again, found himself cooped up in the wrong place at the wrong time. Otherwise, that would have been a pretty painful one onto Scythe.
At this stage, 8 minutes, I am very interested in what items they're both building, because now Mia is going for the typical sort of Windtalker, Berserker's. It doesn't look like Berserker's Fury,
Doesn't
but
look
that
like
is
it.
the new item that's coming in. Okay, Phantom Scarlet is going to get built up. Might be a corrosion side, but hold on a second right here. They find a way to shut down Joven Chan up top. And in the bottom lane, they are going to be babysitting KW for just a little bit, knowing that KW will be the win condition prior to that late game. Fate
About time.
chasing down Kylo Ren, won't be able to run out of this
No
one,
way.
giving Fate the killing spree.
One after another, players are starting to find small little gaps between the armor. The chinks in the armor from the side of Fate and Aspects are starting to show up. It doesn't really quite matter. Even if they lost one person, they will still find some form of value in another team fight. Perhaps the team fight that we're looking for is right here. as KW retreats himself over to somewhere safe in the very event that an full-out blown war is going to be happening right here. The main important thing is to secure the purple buff for Oh My Lun. If this doesn't work out, it is definitely going to be a tougher one for the side of Aspects to play, but it kind of seems as though the purple buff will go over to the side of Oh My Lun indeed. Zing's HP is dropped all the way down to around 20% HP, but the rest of the members from Aspects kind of seem like they're very interested in this, but here comes the Blade Dancer flying around, goes down to Shank, and then next one in his eyes is going to be Joven Chan. He's right in the face of Zing, probably get himself a triple or perhaps not. KW gets himself a double, as that is going to be a 4-man destruction over the side of Fate.
Fate still has his ultimate. He's just waiting for that right time. They need to seek him out because he is still super, super healthy.
Oh!
Fate with the Lord Steel. His
Sneaky
patience.
Beaky-like.
Oh, that is his destiny. You gotta hate Fate, man.
You gotta hate him.
That was so sneaky, but so patient though. Very much like a monk, just like waiting.
Patience
waiting.
is a virtue.
Patience is definitely a virtue.
And now, the Lord will be marching in the middle lane. You would never expect that Fate will be able to take the Lord after having a 4-man wipeout. He came in, he did, and he done the deed. He stole the Lord, and they are going to be escorting this Lord together with all the mega creeps that's marching in the adjacent lanes. How is this gonna be like? It is all in the turrets. Gonna be destroyed from the side of Aspects.
Oh, Joven though, they are aiming full fire onto
Yikes.
Joven, but the back line, Shanks tries to go in for the Kagura, but
No
just
purple
in the
buff.
nick of time. Jen is still caught in this landslide, but the Raging Sandstorm hits onto 4.
Oh,
taking
look
it
at that!
with the wombo combo!
Ooga booga!
Oh my goodness, Yin Yang overturn from Dylan. Shuts the rest of them down. This is a wipeout, a successful defense. Well, really not that successful because of the fact that the turrets are being slowly chipped away from the side of Aspects. They need to be able to find a way to capitalize on that and turn that into objectives. Let's take a little replay. Abstract, what do you have for me?
Well, it kind of seems as though the entirety of Fate, they were stuck. The main thing is that they don't have Joven Chan, and this is the exact same place that we saw the Wombo combo happen in the previous game. It is all about the choke points. It is all
man.
about sticking together, and Fate, unfortunately, have yet to learn of their mistakes.
Let's take a look at itemizations. Again, Mia, she needs to go for the sustainability. She bought that Hask loss. She might be looking in for the Malefic Roar, and last item probably could be the Berserker's Fury. But
Oh,
as the
look
pressure
at
comes
that.
in onto Fade. Oh, the Ying overturn.
Face down.
Beating the damage.
Dylan's down.
Putting in the work, man. Joven Chan all from that back line. They cannot get onto Joven Chan. Zing
my
doing a
lord.
good job trying to zone all of them out, but KW, the damage is
1 for
coming
3.
through. Right now, another wipeout. KW on that Mia, showing us right now Mia is coming back into the meta.
7 is to 6 is to 8. Aspects rocking this Mia, marching right down in the middle lane, and the only one
They could
there
win this.
to defend
could win this.
decides in 2 seconds, but this is the Mia after all!
Aspects going into the grand finals.
Victory!
Who knew that the Mia may actually come out as a win, Con? We thought that in the early game, Mia is just gonna get stomped over and over. And over and over and over again.
Well, that was in the past. Like, if you-
Technically
if you turn
speaking,
back
it's
the
still
time.
truth. It is still the truth. Joven Chan played his hearts out in the gold lane. Outplayed against KW and Oh My Lun time and time again. Maybe that one time. But the main thing is that Joven Chan got himself the tempo. He's got all of the momentum going for him. 32% total hero damage. And he is definitely one of the main priorities that Oh My Lun was looking out for. The moment that Joven Chan snaps.
That's it. The window's
it.
open. The door is wide open. All you have to do is charge through.
That's right.
Charge through with KW on the Mia. And well played over to the side of Fate. I mean, they played their hearts out. This was an exciting game. We were constantly off our butts in this nice, comfortable chair. but their journey ends here. They are going to be in a joint third with Miracle SG. So that means Aspects is going to be meeting. I can't remember the name of the team. Man. Oh, it's going to be meeting Melon. Melon's Best Fruit in the grand finals.
Wait, aspects?
Abstracts.
Aspects?
Abstracts fan club.
Aspects? So, ladies and gentlemen, there is the game. We've got all the semifinals game done and dusted. The best of three are all done and they are in the records book. Now, the main thing that we gotta look out for
Is
is
there
the
gonna be a best of three
present.
for the grand finals?
Yes, do best of three, yeah.
You said it's all done?
No, that was like concluding the semifinals. So
Oh,
let me
okay.
get to it.
Okay,
yeah.
okay. Yeah, I'll
Okay.
let you continue.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And now we are left with the grand finals, a best of three games between Melon Best Fruit versus Aspects.
Aspects?
It is Aspects after
So
all.
who will win this?
Who will win this?
Well, one thing's for sure. One of them is going to be crowned the
The champion.
champions of
One
New
of
Delta
them.
League. That's
Yes.
100% guaranteed.
Great
But you know,
prediction.
guys, stay tuned because we'll be right back.
Never mind. Don't worry. Never say die. Let's go on. See, I told you I wanted a great one. Go, wait, no!
Hey guys, Potato here from Zion Esports, and today I'm going to show you how you can purchase Mobile Legends Bang Bang Diamonds with Razer Go Singapore Wallet. Step 1. Pull out your phone and go to go.razer.com. Step 2. Tap on the Mobile Legends Bang Bang thumbnail and you'll be taken to this screen. Step 3. Enter all your relevant information as prompted on the screen. You can also select or check out with Razer Go Wallet. And that's it, you can now go ahead and get your favorite skin for your hero. Hey guys, Potato here from Zion Esports, and today I'm going to show you how you can purchase Mobile Legends Bang Bang Diamonds with Razer Go Singapore Wallet. Step 1. Pull out your phone and go to go.razer.com. Step 2. Tap on the Mobile Legends Bang Bang thumbnail and you'll be taken to this screen. Step 3. Enter all your relevant information as prompted on the screen. You can also select or check out with Razer Go Wallet. And that's it, you can now go ahead and get your favorite skin for your hero.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to E Delta League Grand Finals Day. My name is Churros Best Food Lane and Abstract. It's fitting because we are going to be watching the last game for today, the last game for E Delta League against Aspects and Melon Best Fruit. Man,
So I suppose you are now supporting Melon Best Fruit.
I mean,
While I'm supporting Aspects because
May-
Abstract.
maybe.
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 It kind of works, isn't it?
It kind of works.
Yeah, it kinda
Yeah.
works.
So we're like even in this, right? But it's awesome. It's like I didn't notice that this would actually happen. This is not scripted, by the way, but like it kind of felt like that. Okay, like I'm Churros. This is Abstract.
Yeah.
Welcome to Delta League Grand Finals.
Can we kind of like return it, like go it back because this is like kind of lame.
This is lame.
Yeah, this
This
is
is
lame,
lame.
you know?
But you know what's not lame?
What?
The game that is coming up.
Hey!
Right next, Aspects versus Melon's Best
Uh-huh,
Fruit. So all jokes aside, what do you think is going on in your head right now?
What do I think is going on in my head?
Yes.
I think that what's going on in my head is all about sunshine and rainbows. Yeah.
And tea? Have you tried tea? Did you gag already?
So-
But yeah, there's a lot of things to be done. But we want to thank all our supporters for making this entire event happen, starting with Moonton Games, Singapore Sports Hub Library, Tote Board, Invictus, Automail Gaming Chairs, and Razer Gold, which is incidentally the sponsors for the prizes that the winners of the grand finals will be receiving today.
Yes.
So $4,000 in cash prizes, which includes Invictus Sutori headsets and Automail gaming chairs, one for each of the players. And of course, 26,000 diamonds, enough for you to complete your compendium for the battle pass,
Yes.
for the M4 battle pass. Get your Beatrix skin. That is just
This guy is all
crispy.
about the Beatrix,
I'm all
the
about the
compendium
Beatrix.
pass, everything is about that. You
Yeah.
know, I mean, no shame. I mean,
It's my eye candy. Beatrix, man.
Beatrix eye candy.
Yeah, right now.
I have no
Right
idea what's
now.
my eye candy, to be honest.
Well, maybe Angela. Angela reminds me of your girlfriend.
No,
That
no,
one
no,
time.
no,
But
no.
ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be jumping straight into the draft. This is game number one of the final series of today. Let me hear some noise. No noise.
No noise.
Actually, I don't know
No,
because
it's
I
okay.
can't really
No, it's
hear.
okay. Let me try.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, those people that are supporting for Melon Best Fruit, give me your cheers!
Can they hear that?
Yeah, I can.
Microphone. I'm going to put the microphone here.
Microphone's a little bit tough. And for those that are supporting for Aspects, give me your cheers! Not bad. There's still
They
some
said Cha Solo. Oh, Cha Solo.
sync where you are. Anyhow, it is.
But ladies and gentlemen, jumping straight into the game, Fanny off onto the bench, as well as the Mia. Respecting that. I told you, we had this little break. I told him that Mia is now meta. The M in Mia stands for meta. And like the
M in Mia
producer
means
would
for
support
M4.
me.
That means that we'll be looking at more Mia in M4.
The method.
The
is Mia.
method of mathematically
Okay, so Valentina off the ban pool, Beatrix as well, very, very smart. Sooner or later, is going to be picking that 1-1 sooner or later. It's better, more sooner than
Yeah.
later.
It's pretty fast. So
Ooh, this is
immediately,
wasting no time at
no
all,
time at
actually.
all. Yeah, once they spot the time and the chance to go for the Joy, they went straight out for it. As such, we're gonna be looking at Joy, and it kind of seems like Kaja is gonna be thrown into the mix as well. So definitely very annoying ones. Now, Franco is definitely something that Melon Best Fruit can look out for. I believe that, Fredrin is still currently available to be picked, and we have
Yes.
seen Kazetan picking the Fredrin time and time again.
Yeah.
So, I wouldn't be too surprised if Melon Best Fruit will still go for the Fredrin over to the jungle.
I think that might be a huge possibility because if you want to build a composition around 1-1, you need a tank heroes, and one of them
Daniel
is
Zhang!
Is that Dan Zhang?
Daniel Zhang!
Are they chanting Daniel Zhang right now? I love that. But the glue coming out, making its debut in E Delta League, and fitting because it's the Grand Finals game. Leave nothing in the tank, right? Diggy's gonna get hovered on. Oh, it will be the Faramis. So, understanding this, I think I've been doing a little bit of research. How do you counter the 1-1? You can do something like, okay, pick up
Phobius.
the Kufra or the Phobius or the Mincetar, but I think Phobius still works. And Phobius
Phobius,
in
perfect.
the mid lane works very well because you have a lot of rotation space, you have time, and you have that speed,
A
capacity.
lot of ways to proc it as
He
well.
clears the wave super fast. So I've been trying that out. So far, I'm doing like 100% win rate on Phobius, albeit I'm playing like 20 games on him alone whenever I see a 1-1. So Layla is gonna, what? Layla is gonna get banned out, along with Leomord. So I don't know if this is a troll in the biggest games that they probably might be playing in their lives so far. Layla and Mia, very interesting bans. Okay, I get Mia because she has like a Purify in her ultimate, but Layla, not so much. Because she
Banned
needs to
with it,
aim her skill shots. And when she hits the skill shots,
It's
that's
basically
when
a budget dawning light.
yes, a budget dawning light, and you cut that range down by like a
Yes.
fifth.
Yes.
It's like just a small area, but oh, okay, going back to
Whoa.
that basic wombo combo, the Ling and Angela, Lingangela,
Lingangela.
Lingela.
Lingela.
Lingela, it
Lingza
works
X.
better. It works much better. I think I said like Angela or something, and then they suddenly just picked that Angela. It might be listening through their headphones
maybe.
and stuff like that.
I'm definitely surprised that Kazuhana actually picked up the Ling. After all the jungling
Yeah.
that he had been playing, it seems more frontline jungle, sustainable, tanky jungler. But
Yeah.
now, suddenly looking at an assassin jungler, I'm a little bit concerned if whether this is actually his normal playstyle, or was the Fredrin his normal playstyle, or is it just like capable of doing both?
I believe, okay, a Ling up against the Akai is going to be very hard when you, it's challenging perhaps when you try to contest for neutral objectives. So Kazuhana might be going for that Demon Slayer emblem. It will be the Demon Slayer emblem, but if you're facing up assassin against assassin, killing spree is what you need to take, because right now you don't need to contest for a lot of the objectives, and people take Demon Slayer because of the fact that your attacks onto these neutral objectives are going to be a little bit higher, 20% in fact. And then Ling sort of mitigates the heavy spin capabilities with the Tempest of Blades. So you need to time that very well. But what Ling needs to be looking out for is not much of the Akai, but more of the Joy. Because what Joy is able to do is able to choke you out of the jungle. But ladies and gentlemen, this will be game 1 of the final series of today. Melon's best fruit on the blue side and Aspects on the red.
We're looking out for the gold lane first. 1-1 versus Irithel, and understandably, at least for me, I will believe that 1-1 takes the cake between these two encounters, but a little bit more of a skill disparity, right? In the end of the day, it's still the better player wins in the lane. In the EXP lane, looking at Lapu Lapu versus the Joy, Lapu Lapu is a very safe hero.
Yeah.
As such, I don't believe that he's going to have too much problems against a Joy, as long as he's comfortable enough and he's disciplined enough to just stay behind a little bit, toss his axes every now and then, or rather toss his swords. This way, he can't be annoyed by Joy. And yes, he can let Joy go on and just kind of proxy a little bit. Doesn't really matter to him too much. But if he tries to contest for it, then this is what he can expect. Someone else coming in to save him.
Oh man, but Faramis, real down low in the mid lane though. That's what you get when you face up against the Angela. But it does look like, wait a minute here, Wolf is actually playing the glue.
Oh!
Oh, the burn, one more, oh man. That was a pixel, maybe on 1 health even. Oh, look at that, one
Oh,
more
wait.
hit.
Hold on a second.
Oh,
Wait.
first blood goes over to Kazuhana.
Wait, so Melon is playing as a Mage Angela?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mage
it just
Angela.
hit me. Yeah, it
that's what
literally
I'm
just
saying.
hit me.
Glue is in the mid lane with Angela.
So Glue is the roamer?
Glue and Angela is going to be roaming together. And it makes a lot of sense because what you want as a Angela is to get your level 4 as fast as possible. Once you
Right.
have that heart guard,
Uh-huh.
you can go in straight into the fray underneath that turret, dive it a little bit and really have that slow potential. And hold on a second right here, Kaze pops the Tempest of Blades. just to get away. A little bit of a defensive play
Yeah.
right there from Kaze. Nothing much is going to be happening, but they have to be looking out for that Joy. I mean, this is still a little bit in the early game. When you face up against a Joy, you don't want to be going at her when in lane with your minions at full health. Ken
Bravest
comes
Warrior.
right in.
Coming from Ken. Doesn't seem like he will be able to do quite much, especially since he has already completed the entire routine of his CC immunity, but he's still going to be jumping all
Ken!
the way over to the back. Kind of seems as though Ken did manage to get himself a single
Oh!
kill. The entirety of Melon Best Fruit has managed to succumb through all of the defenses, and they still manage to get themselves one or two members down from the side of Melon Best Fruit. One, wait, okay, never mind. Aspect lost 4. Nice.
So far, but Ken tries to go in. Angela Heartguard giving him
Not
a
got
life
enough.
just
Not
for a
got
little
enough.
bit.
Oh, oi!
They don't have a flame shot. It would be nice if we see a flame shot right there, but Glue holding up on his own in that mid lane, able to take a lot of damage. He does have his split all up and ready. But at the top side though, Oh My Lun trying to go in again. $1, 3 tries. Ken, one more hit.
No problem.
Taken down by Oh My Lun.
Electrifying beats coming in from the Joy definitely didn't put himself on top of the Lapu Lapu. In the meantime, take a look at the middle lane, of course. The Shadow Stampede coming in from the Varamis ought to get himself out of there.
Ooh.
However, let's not forget about the split that Wolf has got for himself. Immediately, Divine Judgment connects onto him, pulls him into uncomfortable and uncharted territory. It's going to be him going down while Kazitan hopes to get a quick getaway with Melon coming in with the puppet strings connected down again. His movement speed dropped all the way down low, but at least for now, they're all going to be A-okay.
They're coming in for a re-engage though. Kazi trying to go straight into the fray. He does have his wall jump though, just waiting on that
Sooner
right
or
time.
later.
Sooner or later is coming in more sooner than later though. One more hit. Oh, Kaze trying to finish up the job
No
with
problem.
Tempest Ablaze. One
No
more
problem.
hit. He takes the cake. Kaze, one more hit. He goes down, but KW taken down by sooner or later.
Looking
Little
at
bit
value.
of a fast engage right off the bat early game. Oh, Ken, Bravest Warrior jumps in, easily takes down that Feramis. Nothing that he can do right there.
True value coming out from Melon Best Fruit. They have got about 8 kills for themselves, while Aspects only have got 4. While we are talking about economy, definitely looking somewhere around 2,000 gold ahead. While 1-1 has already picked up a corrosive scythe for herself. Definitely going to be pretty darn annoying, especially once she actually managed to pick off that Crossbow of Tang. 100% will be able to get a kill down the Gen, as now pops up Crossbow of Tang along with Melon as well as Wolf. They are all jumping right underneath the turret's nose, and they are just going to be doing whatever that they can. Sooner or later, unfortunately, he can't really go too far. He's already used his Crossbow of Tang, and the only thing that he can do right now is push Varamis as well as Irithel away. In the meantime, in the purple buff of Aspect's jungle, kind of seems pretty hectic in there as well.
That was a very, very perfectly timed and layered team fight from Melon's Best Fruit, and they really waited till the last second until sooner or later popped that Crossbow of Tang and giving a lot of damage over to Janice here. And then the backup from Wolf was just very, very fast, and that was the strategy that they employed right now. They might be onto something here. They had the method going in. We were shocked a little bit that Glue was picked up for that mid lane, but it does seem like it's working out a lot more. And Melon, though, I noticed that he was actually going for more damage and cooldown reduction. Already built up that Enchanted Testament because the Hard Guard is going to be coming in handy for a lot of the later engages, especially when you have a little bit of a turret diving. You can go in Hard Guard onto Glue, Hard Guard onto Lapu Lapu, actually basically anyone, because anyone is pretty much a pick-off fighter. Sooner or later, he's caught in the skerfuffle, able to bounce her way out, but on the backside though, Ling trying to go straight in for that Feramis. Panic popping off that Call Altar. Tries to go in straight again with the Tempest of Blades coming in. They aim onto KW.
Taken down.
Soars straight into the sky, unable to take down anyone, but sooner or later, oh, the wall just blocked him off that, almost taking down Adden.
It was close. It was definitely close. Quick little flicker coming from Siren Wolf. Will he be able to get it? Don't go back in. It's almost close. They are both at critical health. But at least for now, the Joy as well as the Glue is going to be A-okay. Melon venturing into uncharted territory. A quick little puppet strings ought to be locking Ren down on the ground. But unfortunately, sooner or later realizes, and of course he knows that it doesn't have a lot of damage in his belt. As such, even with a Crossbow of Tang, it wouldn't be enough to bring down the Zakai. Kaze, a little bit too, well, he kind of overextended himself a little bit. I wouldn't be too surprised if he actually goes down here.
Oh,
but
but the glue!
amazingly, the glue joined into the battle. Kazetan went back in as well, weaving in and out, and he still went down. The glue is now going to be putting himself right on top of Gen, but that is not going to help him to go anywhere or even get anything. With 2% down from the side of Melon Best Fruit, Aspect is slowly climbing back up.
Well, all this time, sooner or later, just slowly and carefully climbing his way up, taking down objectives after objectives, moving down from that bottom lane now onto that top lane. Ken, Bravest Warrior, starts to engage onto that fight. He knows that he's outnumbered. He needs to get out of the way. But oh, sooner or later, the damage onto Ren.
Not
Ooh,
quite
coming
enough,
in.
or it is. It's definitely enough. As Gen is now gonna be working pretty well here. Gen is now half HP, but it doesn't seem like they are gonna go for a reset as now Melon is just gonna be chased down by Lun. The zip and zip coming in from Lun is absolutely gonna be pretty darn menacing.
Ooh.
The vengeance pops, but he's gonna be venturing down south, while Gen is gonna be stuck in between of everyone's goal line, while Dan pops off, of course, with the Cause Altar only being in the midst of everything else. Doesn't seem like he will be able to do much, but he's trying to get himself away.
Whoa,
With
one
the
more hit.
flicker, and
Oh.
Ren brings in the victory for our dear old Faramis. The fight continues as it goes on. Electrifying beats from Lun. It's not going to give him the magic life steal that he needs. And sooner or later, eventually, still manage to put him down onto the ground and make him meet his maker. The fight's not over just yet. It's a train wreck on top of a train wreck. KW joins into the battle, only to bring 2 more people down. And the Lord is now ready for Aspect's picking.
Melon's Best Fruit overstayed their welcome. Kazetang went in too deep. He should have layered that team fight in a little bit sooner. Pop that Tempest of Blades underneath the turret button. Hold on a second right here. He does get the retribution. He retributed himself onto that Lord. He does take on that Lord. Melon's Best Fruit is trying to find something out of that team fight. They're going in. Ren down low. Tries to go in, heavy spin, tries to push Kazetang out of the way, but unable to catch up to that. KW,
Not much.
a little bit too slow,
KW.
slowed down by Angela. That is why that Angela is way too sneaky. Kazetang pops his way out onto the wall to safety, just in a nick of time right there. What I noticed is that Wolf was just waiting for the right time until Faramis was able to pop that call altar. Then he goes straight in. That was very, very good layering coming in from Melon's Best Fruit. And now they have that Lord in their possession, marching down that top lane very effectively. They all have their ultimates right now. Tempest of Blades already used up the damage.
Oh,
the suppression coming in.
mistake!
That is a huge mistake right there. Without Kazetang, how would they play this? Would they be
little
able to
bit.
go in? You take down that turret, the objective.
Bravest
All the way
Warriors on
up.
3.
Oh, the damage coming in from Lapu Lapu.
Now he's going to be left with Don trying to get himself away, but unfortunately the only thing that he can do is just going to be getting himself in. Shadow Stampede, pulling Wolves in. It's going to be A-okay. Red is just going to be blocking sooner or later into the wall. And that is more than enough to bring 3 members from the side of Melon Best Fruit down. At this point in time, middle lane and bottom lane is just going to be pushing right in. Even though the inhibitor turret is going down very low in the middle lane, they're still going to be A-okay. While Ken forcing his advantage. 1 versus 3, or perhaps 2 versus 3, as Angela has got a hard gun onto him. Is still holding out strong. Is still pushing things out a little bit, getting the pressure.
Oh my Lord.
Opening up space a little bit. Middle lane inhibitor turret down. Oh my Lord, forces advantage onto Melon. Angela takes the L once again. Again, for some reason, is still alive throughout all of the encounter.
They're going in again, but they're layering in
Only.
the team fights. Wolf is coming in, straight for the backup, trying to go straight for Ren. But on that side though, oh, Kaze barely makes it out alive. Gets taken down by KW. There's 3 members left. Sooner or later is back online. He's trying to go for it. The heavy spin tries to zone them out of the way. Sooner or later does not have Melon's hard guard, but he's trying to go in straight. He does have the
Crossbow.
soaring.
Crossbow.
Soars to the sky. Don't
doesn't
need it.
care
You don't
about
need
it.
it. Oh man, that was fights upon fights upon fights, just waiting until the rest of Melon's Best Fruit spawns back up online and goes straight in again. And that is the beauty of having a Ling in your lineup. You have the chance to fight at any point of time, and any way at all, any particular moment, you're able to jump straight into that fray. But this is where everything can go awry, right? You have the Angela having full cooldown reduction with a fleeting time, as well as the Enchanted Talisman and the Ice Cream Wand. So that is a very, very impactful utility Angela. The Wanwan though, almost full build. Maybe trying to build in a shield, trying to get a little bit of a magic resistance from that Joy herself, as well as the Kaja and the Faramis. But on the other hand, KW already building up, slowly but surely. The damage is coming through. This is where everything can change though. Melon's Best Fruit, if they take that Lord, hold on a second, look at that
Lord.
Lord Pit though.
Close over to the Lord. We have two members from the side of Aspects that is just wandering around the corner. Ren as well as Ken. It kind of seems as though they're going to be caught out soon. Ren, this is not the time. This is not the play. As the heavy spin is going to be made. The rest of the members coming from the side of Melon's Best Fruit. They're going to have to get themselves away. Ken, not a lot of health to work with. A quick little reset. He's going to get himself back on track.
The Lord does look like it's going to be over to the side of Melon's Best Fruit. But this is where everything can go crazy, and the tide can turn at any time, because Melon's Best Fruit, they are having a hyper-aggressive playstyle. They want to win this. They want to go for the objective. They want to go for the throne. But every time they do that, Jen is there. He's basically there. Divine Judgment falls onto you. The suppression will hit, and you are one member short. Melon's Best Fruit doing their very best, but as the time is ticking down, you don't want to overstay your welcome, because you're going to be sitting in the graveyard for longer and longer as the timer sets in.
Remember, this is only 13 minutes into the game. Only 13 minutes in. And eventually, Melon's Best Fruit will have got the Lord marching in the middle lane. And adjacent to that, top lane and bottom lane pushing in together. The pressure, ultimately, it will all get over to the side of Aspects, and the first one to make it start off is going to be Wolves. Unfortunately, the heavy spin is just going to be relocating his position just a little bit.
Whoa.
As now, Tempest of Plate, Kazetan goes up to the air. How about the 1-1? Where is he? Slowly making his way, one hop after another. It doesn't seem like the rest of the members is coming from the side of Melon's Best Fruit is able to continue this fight any longer. As Melon, Kazetan, and sooner or later have done what they needed to push every single one of these lanes.
If sooner or later was there in that team fight, would have targeted on the throne and ended the game just there and then, because Glue, Wolf, and Ken did a very fantastic job just zoning the rest of the members out and proccing all of their ultimates, to soaking in so much of the damage and the crowd control straight in. And this was a much better layered team fight than we've seen previously, when they had a little bit more turret diving. But like you said, Abstract, they did what they got what they came there for, or they got what they got there for. I don't know, my tongue is tired now.
How
But
the
yeah,
turntables?
how the turntables. Right now, Kaze is giving a little bit of vision play.
Oh no! Oh,
pulled
the
it
Shadow
in.
Stampede! Is it gonna be enough to get Kazetan out of this? Luckily, he would, as Wolves is just somewhere around the vicinity. If not for Wolves, that could have been a dead leg.
Oh, Wolf, go into the fray. Getting sandwiched right now. One more hit. Will be able to sustain out from the split, but on the back line,
No
though,
reset?
sooner or later, slowly but surely, taking everyone down. The damage is done. They're one member short.
It is 32 seconds left until the next Lord re-emerges. It's gonna take some time before Melon's Best Fruit even can come back on this game. They do have every single one of these waves ultimately pushed out. And Aspects, they're just doing what they can to defend everything that Melon's Best Fruit have got for us.
Ken and Wolf zoning out, way out of Lord range. They want to keep Ren at bay. Ken doing a very good job. Ren trying to find his way in, trying to find an opening. Tries to thread the needle. Jen is there. He's here.
But where?
Lord, half health. Ren dashing in. Oh, heavy spin.
Oh, his HP dropped all the way to half. His man against the world. While Wolves is just going to be focusing over to the back line.
Oh,
Ken,
KW!
the bravest Warriors lands onto the KW, drops him down onto the ground, and where he stood. The entirety of Aspects, they can't do quite much right now. As Kazetan soars into the air, the Tempest of Blades is more than enough to get himself out of the way. The only 3 members left from Aspects versus 5 full members of Melon's Best Fruit. The one thing that spins and spins the thread of fate is going to be what sooner or later does in here. And you hope to get himself away. He manages to. All 5 members from the side of Melon's Best Fruit are all still going to be available. The Lord is still going to be taken down by the side of the Aspect. The Lord marches down bottom. The middle lane with Creep Waves will eventually make their way here. but maybe the top lane is a little bit faster. KW will be back very soon. Aim for the core. The core is now gonna be down
Sooner or
50%,
later.
20%, and now sooner or
Oh.
later breaks the game home.
GG to Melon's Best Fruit. Game 1.
Victory!
That was so intense. Every single team fight, the final Lord of game, wasn't an objective. It was a distraction. And out of all of that, Melon's Best Fruit, they found the way to go straight in and target onto KW. Once KW was out of the picture, there was nothing that Abspex could do but run away.
It's definitely a crazy game coming from both of these teams. Melon.
Oh, the damage from Sooner Later though.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised about this. 100,000 damage just from this 1-1 herself.
Yeah, and just all the rest of the game, she's just taking down the objectives. Once that is done, just going back to farm, because once you take down that mid lane turret, you see how sooner or later pass that 1-1. You have the advantage of your entire own jungle, and you opened up the path to your opponent's jungle. So Kazitan was actually doing his very best to maximize his own farm from Aspect's own jungle. But Aspects though, they tried their very best, they defended, but unfortunately they could not snowball themselves through to the early game. They had moments of greatness, moments where they locked down one person, but they couldn't find it to them that goes to capitalize on that and take down the rest of them. So it's all that coupled with, you know, a little bit of intimidation and fear. You just played the previous game as well, Melon's Best Fruit. They had a little bit of time to break. But speaking of breaks, we are going to be taking a short little break, and we'll be back for game number 2. Stick around.
Hey guys, Potato here from Zion Esports, and today I'm going to show you how you can purchase Mobile Legends Bang Bang Diamonds with Razer Go Singapore Wallet. Step 1, pull out your phone and go to go.razer.com. Step 2, tap on the Mobile Legends Bang Bang thumbnail and you'll be taken to this screen. Step 3, enter all your relevant information as prompted on the screen. You can also select or check out with Razer Go Wallet. And that's it, you can now go ahead and get your favorite skin for your hero. Hey guys, Potato here from Zion Esports, and today I'm going to show you how you can purchase Mobile Legends Bang Bang Diamonds with Razer Go Singapore Wallet. Step 1. Pull out your phone and go to go.razer.com. Step 2. Tap on the Mobile Legends Bang Bang thumbnail and you'll be taken to this screen. Step 3. Enter all your relevant information as prompted on the screen. You can also select or check out with Razer Go Wallet. And that's it, you can now go ahead and get your favorite skin for your hero.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to E Delta League, jointly organized by the Singapore Police Force and the National Crime Prevention Council. My name is Churros. With me here is Uncle Abstract. We're back to our usual names right now.
Yeah, Uncle Abstract.
Uncle Abstract.
Some people may still
Big
call
Daddy
me.
C. That's right. Let's go for that.
I just hope that no one behind me actually is the one that calls me Abstract Gong Gong. Because is there anyone that actually called me Abstract Gong Gong? Sings probably is the one.
Sing is, yeah, Sing's a very vocal guy right there. He's waving his hands in red. It's a little bit off screen on that. But ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, we are midway through the final series of today, the grand finals against Melon's Best Fruit and Aspects.
Aspects?
Are we still doing that? Actually,
Yeah,
it's sort
I
of
mean,
like died down a little
Yeah,
bit.
it kind of died
more.
down. We kind of like forgotten about that.
That
But
was such an intense game, though.
it was, definitely. Melon, best fruit. They definitely showed that Melon is the best fruit after all. Getting themselves a 1-0 in this current series. And do note that this is a best of 3 grand finals. And how is game number 2 gonna be like? Let's just jump right in and take a look at the drafting. And of course, this is very potentially the last game of eDota League 2022 December edition.
So I broke the code when we were having our small little break. I understand that Melon's Best Fruit, they like to play all that kind of Nanana ban. Going out to Melon's Best Fruit, sitting in the ban pool, Aspects still trying their very best. They do ban out the Valentina, which is a very instrumental hero in the drafting phase. But for Melon's Best Fruit, they are playing a double support kind of situation.
Kinda,
For
yeah.
all the games that we've seen today, they played double support. So this one, it's the first time I'm seeing this. I haven't tried it before. I've tried like other compositions like 5 tanks or 5 roams,
Right,
5 marksmen, but this is the first time like
Wherever I go,
2 support heroes and another support hero is being set in the bench right now, opening up the 1-1, going over the hands of KW. So they have a lot of heroes wide open. He could potentially be a very, very good starter hero for them, but
Yeah.
knowing how they play, they might not even bat an eye on E because they want to have like that double support, which fully funnels all the resources over to the marksman as well as the core position. That is why they like to play all these kinds of like really snowball kind of heroes like Leo Martis and stuff like that. Sooner or later, it's hovering on the Beatrix, the age-old combo, the hook and the double shotgun, or even the sniper. So it goes crazy.
I'm more looking forward to a Johnson Beatrix.
You know, this might be a possibility, a Johnson-Franco combo. You hit someone from the back line with the final touchdown,
Right.
and then
right.
you have that front line. You think they're safe because it's in the front, but then Johnson suddenly smashes
Wow,
you from the back.
Wow, this is a Phobia's game, man.
Oh, it does look like Phobia's
This
game.
is a
You know, it
Phobia's
might be
game.
funny if they pick up a Harith, and they have like all the dashy kind of
All the
heroes,
dashy
and then
people.
Lancelot to seal the deal out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This kind of it feels very divey, but yet to a certain extent, the Xavier doesn't.
There you go, the Phobius. But now, take a look at it, because Phobius is more known to be in the EXP lane, but we do see Phobius being played in the mid lane position. So that means to say Phobius could potentially be roaming around with Franco. And Franco, all he needs
There
to do
could
is
be.
get that level 4. So funneling a lot of farm to Franco, and then you get the suppression down. If the suppression
Akai-
doesn't stop you,
Akai is still available.
Akai is still a bit. Oh,
Akai is gonna
it
be
works
crazy.
very, very well with them. Oh, but Kazitan surprises us with the Alucard, another new hero debut from the side of Melon's Best Fruit, showing us why Melon is the best fruit. That is a very sweet pick, actually. I'm not gonna lie. Okay.
Oh, what is this grand finals, guys?
Shut the front door. Oh, okay. This is interesting. Okay, I like how you're thinking, because with a Akai over the side of Melon's best fruit, it could initiate a lot of those kinds of dashes right there. But okay, they're gonna solidify the draft with the Fanny, but the Fanny.
Yeah, yo, this is
Wait a
the
minute.
front door is closed. Everyone is going to the back doors. Look at this. This composition, everyone is going to the back doors. We have got people, they can just go over to the back lines. They can just go over the back door. Every single one of these bays. We've got Zilong that can do that.
Okay.
We've got a Fanny that can do that.
Okay, but hold on a minute right here. So Melon is gonna be playing that Fanny. It's the first, it's Melon's Fanny's debut. Melon might play Fanny as a roam. You buy a dire hit. Every single skill shot that you land is going to deal so much damage. You couple that with having
Execute.
maybe like Wolf playing in the mid lane position. So this is interesting. Let's push the camera down to the side of Melon's best fruit, because what they have right now really boggles our mind. So Melon is going in for... Okay, but Fanny, without the jungle emblem, is going to be very difficult for her, because she needs to keep going back, recall, because of the fact that the
No.
purple buff is needed for Fanny to truly maximize her cables.
No way that they are pulling this Fanny off. I mean, the Fanny in the middle lane, no purple buff, you don't have much survivability. The only thing that can work for you is a couple of cables to get yourself out of dodge. That is probably like the only thing that can really help you.
But you know, hey, it makes sense. So they're funneling. Okay,
It makes
Alucard
sense?
yeah, it does make sense on paper, right? Because right now, Alucard is funneling the purple buff over the side of Melon. So Melon now has that purple
Oh
buff.
my
It's
goodness.
going in straight. And I'm very interested to see the items that comes up. Because right now, the dire hit... will be coming
No!
from- That is the
No!
Come
No
here.
way!
First
That
blood!
would- No way! No way, Jose!
And Wolf, right there. Take a look at the bottom lane. They are going in for that re-engage. If Wolf is able to land a hook onto Aiden, Case is right there. The hook coming in, negated by Atlas. And the Mecha and running in safe. But oh! On that top lane though,
What is this game?
all Fanny needs is that level 4. She does have the purple buff. So once that is done, you are able to rotate very effectively and efficiently. And right now, they're just going to be shutting down that marksman. Look at this. Oh, going straight for KW. KW nowhere to go. But sent down under. Yet again, that is the main target. And Phoveus is just tanking alone on that top side.
The Phoveus doesn't seem like he's caring about anything at all. I mean, remember that.
Oh, the hook lands onto Xavier.
Don't like
Atlas
it
there for
matters
backup though.
that much at this point in time. It shouldn't matter that much. Kaze as well as Melon, they're both at level 4, while I believe that Loon, okay, he's still at level 4 as well, but he should be...
Beatrix.
What?
Oh,
you
Taking
can't.
out one-on-one.
I mean, let's be honest.
Inevitable doom, right?
Yeah, inevitable doom. So it's just
Instantaneous
kinda like,
pleasure. What's
yeah,
what's
let's
the
not care about it.
Instant pleasure?
Instant gratification.
Instant gratification, that is what it is. Atlas still at level 3, but the rest of them, oh, Demonic Force jumping in and about. Ken trying to zone the rest of the members out. Wolf, nowhere
Another
to
Demonic
go
Force
but
today.
run out the way. Ren, nothing to do. Surviving so much, Ken.
He
He's
knew
still
he's
alive.
dead.
He's not anymore.
He knew he's dead.
That's a fast pass back to the graveyard, though.
These two teams, they're showing us a performance like never before. A game that we will
But it's
never
Fanny
expect.
taking it down.
No,
so
no, no.
far.
Not there yet. Not quite there yet.
So close, but
That-
yet so far.
A
The
good
mid lane,
hook
though.
onto Ken.
Oh, sooner or later.
Shotgun down into his pants. Goodbye to our
cheese.
Mecha.
The age-old cheese. Hook, and then double shotgun to the face.
Age-old cheese. That is if the Beatrix is in position. And now it can't possibly go through the choke point, as Xavier was just around the corner. It's not necessarily the best place that he can be at, but it's 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Wait, it's only been 3 minutes?
It's only 3 minutes, man.
It
And
feels
the-
so long
the-
already.
The fact that they can upscale or out-level aspects is that Fanny has a lot of damage to the minions, and you have a lot of easy waves. Up top, Kaze-Tun from that backside.
Isn't
just
this
taking
just
it down?
all mechanics and micro gaming that Melon is doing?
It possibly is.
Technically speaking, when it comes down to teamwork and opportunities of battles. Aspects is 100% supposed to be the one that will be able to get themselves an advantage. As we take a look, the advantage is going to be obvious here. Wolf getting himself a quick hook as well, and now Fervia soars into the sky. Demonic Force one after another. He's not able to connect anything onto Loon just yet. The movements is a little bit too much for Ken to catch up. So one thing's for sure.
Wolf got
is
his way
that-
out.
Oh, okay. It does seem like though sooner or later it's just going to be underneath the turret. Melon best
Oh,
friend.
the hook!
What?
Team hero has been slain.
The Phobius is still going. The sustain coming up from Ken. Going after Jen. Melon a little bit premature.
There's a
That
little bit
hit.
too
Oh,
much
underneath
confusion
the
right
turret, sooner or
here.
later. Xavier
No
does not
dawning
have
light.
No dawning light.
No dawning light. He used it just now.
He's safe, he's safe. But I can't believe this is actually working.
This is working. At least against Aspects, right now is working.
Could this be?
It could be.
It
5-7. We're looking at 2,000 goal lead in
But
favor
hook,
for
the
Melon
hook
Best
with-
Food.
Oh, Xavier.
Got
Kaze
caught.
with the backup,
Sprints
a little
out.
bit too slow.
Ah! Unfortunate fatal links. It's unfatal links.
Just use that to get
Stable
out.
links.
Stable links.
Stable links.
Stable links. Ren might be getting sandwiched over here. Ken getting so much cooldown reduction just from
One
that
thing's for sure.
small one, but the damage coming in already at half health. Xavier, nothing to do but play defensively. Using the zoning, the Dawn Light for zoning potential, but that Melon
Ouch!
yet again.
That's painful. This is the first time that we have seen Melon playing out of the mage role / support role. Now he's playing as a pseudo jungler.
This is just
Out of the world.
Happiness he's already built up.
Yeah.
No roaming boots for the side of Melon. Melon already getting out of the way, but enough for Kaze to come back into the fray and taking down that Xavier KW.
Can't be an issue though.
Oh, Kaze, real down low. Able to survive.
Oh!
It's just plays after plays after plays. Melon's coming in with the cable, showing us who's boss. Fortunately, won't be able to connect onto anyone,
This
but
re-
scaring them away.
Melon Best Fruit, right now, the way that they're playing right now, it's not really just funneling everything to the jungler or funneling everything over to the gold laner. Every single one of these players have got a role of their own, and every single item pickup that they make, every single farm that they make, is gonna make an impact. And with all of them moving up together, with all of them evolving together, their items evolves, their character evolves, their gameplay evolves.
Yeah.
So no matter what, they're not putting their heart and soul onto 1 or 2 player. Right now, they're putting their heart and soul into 4 players.
100%. The only tank that we have, the full tank that we have is Wolf. But Ken is building up that Dominance Eyes, and as we know, there is a new patch coming in from Dominance Eyes, but Melon finally gets shut down by Ren. Ren has enough damage, and we've seen the Zilong before. Zilong is playing a split push kind of strategy, so
Annoying.
always away from the 4-man kind of coagulation
Yep.
that the rest of Aspects is doing. But Jen trying to find a Fatal Links onto that Beatrix sooner or later is going to be trapped sooner or later. But KW, one more hit, would he go down? Won't be able to go down punished.
Well,
Kaze.
Oh, Kaze, one after another, is now going to be seeking yet more. He smelled blood and is ready to go, but unfortunately Ren
Whoa!
is joined into the party as well. A quick little flip, and that is going to be a dead Kaze with the help of a dawning light.
Just like a pancake right now, Melon pretty much at a disadvantage just for a little bit because of that purple buff. But how, I mean, the lineup that they picked for themselves just continues to baffle my mind, and it really works out well in their favor. We have Melon to try to keep the rest of the off lanes at bay.
Close,
Oh, close, but no cigar. Melon already funneling up with that purple buff. Once that happens, best be sure, Melon's going to go straight for that back line. Kaze is just there to finish up that job. Ken needs to be able to initiate that fight. Now, the
8
win
minutes.
condition for Aspects.
They found Ren.
Oh!
It connects, and goodbye to Ren.
Been slain.
8 the shotgun. 22 seconds out of commission. Melon Best Fruit may actually find this as the utmost opportunity to try to take down the Lord and also to take control in the northern area of the opponent's jungle. A two-man fatal links, but unfortunately with no follow-ups whatsoever. With 3 persons left from side of Aspects, Ren just came back into the game. Melon Best Fruit have got full control in the northern quadrant in the jungle. The Lord is definitely going to be executed, and Aspects knows of all of that. They're trying to push Melon Best Fruit away, but it kind of seems as though all of their damage is just not quite enough. Ow! In the meantime, Beatrix has got a great amount of damage in her arsenal.
Ooh, ouch is an understatement right there. The damage coming out from all of the members of Melon's Best Fruit is starting to get a little too much. But Aspects has a very late game draft, especially when you have someone like Wanwan, but Melon trying to zone his way out of Ren. Ren still continuing their split push advantage down on that bottom lane. Melon not able. Oh, the hole coming in.
An immediate burst. Again, now unable to do much. We've got the Nibiru that is coming out soon on, perhaps not. Okay, there we go. The Nibiru is now out, coming from the side, so now later he's just going to be backing on the thing. Right onto Oh My Loon, but unfortunately loses in that duel.
Demonic Force!
Bam! Miley Cyrus is going to be proud. But unfortunately not for long. That is going to be a lot marching in. The blast coming out from the top tier turret. While Melon is getting real busy onto Ren. HP dropped all the way down low. Unable to defend the inner turret in the bottom lane.
I am at a loss for words because right now at the 10-minute mark, this is still pretty much in the mid-game. This kind of seems like it's very, very late.
It is.
Look at all the gold funneling that Melon's Best Fruit has onto Beatrix. Beatrix already has Blade of Despair and a Malefic Roar. The damage should come through. But this is where their entire teamfight composition just sort of like falls apart in that later stages of the game. Wanwan slowly but surely climbing his way up with the 3 core items. Kaze cannot afford to be overconfident on that one. Once he gets hooked in, Aspects will be able to pick them off. But take a look at Melon's Best Foot. The rest of them, conceal play coming through. They are trying to look for one member, and that member is Oh My Loon.
Oh!
Catching Oh My Loon.
So close. It's very close. But now Ken focusing on KW just with a sniffer. One more Demonic Force, and KW could not even pop out a single one of that crossbow attack. In the meantime, Ren and Wolves, well, let's just put that aside. We'll be looking at middle lane instead as Melon. Okay.
Oh, the hook.
Okay. Someone finally does something to Ren.
Just delaying his inevitable doom right there. Melon's Best Fruit
That was
trying
fun.
their best to try to stop Ren because Ren is now an annoyance, and that annoyance is pretty much an understatement because he's always out from the side of Aspects, and you have to seek him out. Whether he's in the top lane, whether he's in the bottom lane, you have to get Melon to try to zone him out of the way and try to push him back. Do not let him get too close to your turrets. The next Lord is going to be spawning up in 15 seconds. The rest of Melon's Best Fruit is ready. They need to be able to fight team fight on team fight, mano el mano. And it's easier said than done because right now this is where their team fight composition sort of starts to fall apart a little bit. And remember, they do have Atlas. It's for the side of Aspects. And with Atlas, you can turn the tides with 1 Fatal Links. But hold on a second right there. No!
KW getting caught out again. He's got 8 deaths, but not a single kill. We've got Fatal Links as well, climbing in, connecting one thread after another. Everyone's fate are all intertwined. And now Kazetan joins into the battle, brings all 4 members down with Oh My Loon as the last member left from the side of Aspects. Top lane, push right in. And all the members from Melon Best Fruit, they're nowhere to be seen in the eyes of Aspects.
Who's last man standing, Oh My Loon, is able to defend. I mean, Joy is notoriously known for picking out 5 men, 1v5, and just shimmying her way out of any sticky situations. But remember, you do have that Franco on the other end. You don't want to get caught out by a bloody hunt. The Lord is going to be taken down by Melon's Best Fruit, but the Dawning Light unable to do as much damage as needed to take them down. Aspects, all they need to do is to find a way to pick them off one by one.
Would have been amazing. Not another hook! But unfortunately, no one was close enough to solidify the bloody hunt. If not, that would have been a great play. The Lord is understandably going to be marching in the middle lane. Bottom lane's going to be marching in, and of course, we'll be hitting onto the inner turret in the bottom lane. Top lane still relatively slow, but the main thing is the Lord charges down onto the inhibitor turret. That is going to be one inhibitor turret down.
Oh, going for
Wow,
KW!
Melon once again goes right in, snipes KW out with a quick little flick and a swish. Now,
Oh my lord!
doesn't seem like he will be able to do quite much, though. He was definitely wanting to get a kill down sooner or later. In the end of the day, it's still going to be 3% down from the side of Melon Best Fruit. Wow, oh my lord, just going to be swimming all across the place. Ken hoping that he will be able to survive. But Ren as well as Adan, they did what they needed to do to win in the team fight, but unfortunately, they lost in every single one of them turrets.
Oh, with Xavier and Ren, it's unlikely they'll be able to push in too deep. At least take down that top lane turret. It's just barely hanging on. But let's take a look at that replay to see what really went down right there. Fanny knows who the main target is. Lord crashes down first. Once that turret is out, it's wide open. Windows open. Opportunity. KW taken down. But Ken staying a little bit too deep. But take a look at Oh My Lun. Knowing that the target is sooner or later, having the sustain, having the defense, and having the damage to take down sooner or later himself, is able to do so. And once sooner or later is out of the way, the rest does not have the adequate amount of damage to take any one of the rest of the members down. That is the pretty much the Achilles heel. If you have glass cannon sort of a compositions like Melon's Best Fruit has. You need pick off, pick off, pick off, pick off after pick off after pick off. So Wolf and Ken needs to be able to defend and protect the president, which is sooner or later.
They definitely have to do that. But I think that one important thing that Melon Best Fruit should be looking out for is actually allow Ken the condition to jump onto KW. I think that this Furvius can definitely do something about KW. In the meantime, hold on a second over there. Look at this. Just gonna be concealed. Will it be a save in time? It will!
Melon!
Oh my goodness. Middle lane, KW. This is what I'm looking out for. Ken having the opportunity to jump onto KW. Well, this is just
Kaze on the bot lane.
all over the place. Adan, his HP.
Oh! This is it! Melon's Best Fruit will be taking down the throne, and they'll be lifting up the trophy. GG's to
GG.
Melon's Best Fruit.
That was, let's be honest here, it's a little bit of an anticlimactic kind of way to end it all. But ladies and gentlemen, we have the winner of E-Delta League 2022 December edition, Melon Best Fruit!
Before we go, we just want to thank all the organizers who made this possible. E-Delta League was organized jointly by the Singapore Police Force and the National Crime Prevention Council, supported by Tote Board, Moonton Games, Singapore Sports Hub Library, our Tampines Hub, Automill Gaming Chairs, Razer Gold, and Invictus Tutori headsets. From me and Ashtrek to all of you back home, have a very Merry Christmas.
Of course, we are back. Because the Christmas is not here yet.
Oh man, this is a present from us to you. We
Yes.
are back right here. I
We are the presents,
we are
the gift.
the two peas in a pod. We always get like churros and abstract in the end of the year. What better way to spend the last day of E-Delta League with you and with you
Aw.
back home?
Aww. And of course,
Headsets all out.
yeah, heads all allowed. Well, I gotta have to say, it was definitely a
It was a banger of a series,
it's a
ain't it?
banger, yeah. Except that, I mean, the grand finals was definitely not the way that I expected it to end.
I
It's
was
great. It's great. I'm just gonna put it that way. It's definitely great.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, but to see it all end today is definitely it's something that is, I can't really put into words. You know, we've watched a lot of teams come and go from the start all the way to the end, and now that we are here, we've got the winners, Melon Best Fruit. Gotta have to hats off over to them with lineup like this. I wouldn't even call it scrappy. It's just unorthodox, and yet they're still able to give us such an amazing game, destroying everyone from top, middle, all the way to the bottom.
Well, it
That's
might
a
be
gift.
it might be out from Evo's playbook. You never know. You never
Never
know.
know.
Maybe Melon's got something going on that the rest of the teams might not have.
Perhaps.
But man, what a series. 2 weeks back and forth and back and forth. All the teams were playing their hearts out. We have the trophy winners. We have the plate winners. And right now, to top it all off, Melon's really the best fruit of all time. This was a really fun series. I had a great time casting. Every single time, I was so comfortable in a lot of the little kinds of different kind of strategies that these kids use. And I mean, I can say kids because like we are old. We're old, and we've been casting all of that.
Kinda
So
old, yeah.
yeah, and honestly, I can't wait to watch and learn from all these guys from the next E Delta League.
All in all, that is the end of E Delta League 2022 December edition. I guess the next time that we meet is going to be next year. As such, let's do it again from us to you guys. Have a very Merry Christmas.
Bye-bye.
Hey guys, Potato here from Zion Esports, and today I'm going to show you how you can purchase Mobile Legends Bang Bang Diamonds with Razer Go Singapore Wallet. Step 1. Pull out your phone and go to go.razer.com. Step 2. Tap on the Mobile Legends Bang Bang thumbnail and you'll be taken to this screen. Step 3. Enter all your relevant information as prompted on the screen. You can also select or check out with Razer Go Wallet. And that's it, you can now go ahead and get your favorite skin for your hero.